Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and that will promote the interests of the people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om al ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikalela lezwe leto na bantu balu, umusile ukulungo kwepondo letu. Kosi sikalela i Afrika, kina abantwana bayo, kokela inkokeli zayo, yeniki uxolo i Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Please be seated. Order. Order, members. Before we proceed, I would like to remind members about some of the logistical arrangement. As has been our practice to date, honourable members will participate in the sitting of the House, both from here in the chamber with the presiding officer and the table staff, and via Microsoft Teams. Our standing rules have accordingly been amended to accommodate such hybrid sittings of the House. Honourable members, the quorum requirements for the sittings are provided for in the Constitution and the standing rules, and unless there's an indication of unanimous concurrence, voting will be confined to members present in the House and on the hybrid system who are entitled to cast their votes as per the ATC issued on the 11th of August 2020. Members present in the chamber and via Microsoft Teams have all the privileges and immunities imparted by law. Members who are considered out of order by the presiding officer will have their microphones muted and called to order. Honourable members, the Sergeant at Arms will record members' attendance. Members, all microphones have been muted. However, for those honourable members participating in the sitting of the House via Microsoft Teams, you are requested to use the raise hand functionality of the system when you desire to raise a point of order, and I will recognise you. When an honourable member in the chamber wishes to raise a point of order, such an honourable member may address the presiding officer as expected, but must mute their microphones when they have completed speaking. Honourable members participating in the sitting of the House via Microsoft Teams are requested to not sign into Microsoft Teams on more than one device. Honourable members, the media have also been granted access to the MS Teams meeting as guests of the WCPP. However, I wish to remind the members of the media that they may not use the chat room or speak or activate their cameras while the sitting is in progress. Honourable members, for the sitting, language translation services are available in the chamber as usual and on Microsoft Teams via the respective channels. Honourable members, please be reminded that no interjections are permitted during these hybrid sittings, and to this end, I wish to draw your attention to Rule 40 of our standing rule. Honourable members, with that being said, please allow me an opportunity to welcome you to the sitting today and to the guest in the gallery from the Worcester Town Junior Town Council. Please feel welcome to the WCPP and enjoy the sitting. Honourable members, with that being said, we will now proceed to interpellations as printed on the question paper, and I recognise the Honourable Minister, Minister Launt.
Yeah. Thank you, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. And also welcome to the Worcester Junior Town Council. It's good to have you in the House as well. So, we talk about technology, and we talk about the use of technology in this government. And quite often, when government speaks about something, that's where it stays. However, the Department of Social Development, through its social workers, have initiated the SWIMS app, the Social Worker Integrated Management System. This is a tool that allows our social workers to save millions upon millions of minutes that they can reinvest, putting it back to those that are in need. It starts as simple as if I see a client and I capture their details. I only have to capture it once on the system. And then those details are dragged through to all the other reports that needs to be complied with. If you fill in a home address, that gets pulled through to all the other reports. It is to switch from a paper system to a 90% digit system. Because if you have ever engaged the services of a social worker or have come across a social worker where he or she does their work, you would probably have seen them walking around with brown files, brown envelopes under their arms. But social workers don't just deal with 1 or 2 files, 1 or 2 cases at a time. They often have 10, 11, 12 active cases. There's still many other dormant cases. But this also ensures that there is better security. Because now, if a social worker, after a long day, looking after those vulnerable in our province, if they go back home and they put the file down on the dining room table, and they now have to pay attention to their own family after they have looked after so many other families, kids running around, maybe the partner coming home, that file can be misplaced in a household that is often chaotic when everybody comes home. This is one example showing how we're ensuring the security of the system being upgraded. Because now case files can easily be tracked, kept record of, and we don't have to put those extra pressure on the social workers. The other thing that's amazing about this integrated social worker integrated management system is that it can be used offline. Because it doesn't matter if you come from the West Coast or you go into the Karoo, if you go and see a client, you can actually get that client where there's no signal, no reception. You can capture all of those records on the system. And once you get back to a place where there are signal or Wi-Fi, all of those records are pulled online. It also helps with a better management, because what we say is we need a fair allocation of resources in our province. That is what our refrain has been, that we are the 3rd biggest province, we're only getting the 5th biggest resources. So we need to make do with what's available in our province, even though we're fighting for more. But what the social workers now have done, they have said, let's make sure that we share the workload and the caseload evenly amongst one another. So if you find a social worker that for whatever reason does half of the job of somebody else, that social worker manager can make sure that that caseload gets spread around. It's also important to say that with this increased attacks on our social workers, we now have to double up in the buddy system, in the hotspot areas to get our social workers out. That's why, as members of the Standing Committee are well aware, we now have to budget an additional 20 million rand.
Honourable Minister, please conclude. Your time has expired, your first opportunity. So finish
Honourable
your sentence.
Speaker, this is such an amazing topic, but I will
You'll
finish
have another
off at the
opportunity.
end, and I'm looking forward to hear what the colleagues from the other parties and from our own party is also saying. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The Democratic Alliance proudly welcomed the launch of the Social Worker Integrated Management System, the SWIMS app. This innovation tool reflects the Western Cape Government's ongoing commitment to improving social service delivery, particularly for those on the front line of care, our social workers. Social workers are often the unsung heroes of our communities, dedicating their lives to the well-being of our most vulnerable citizens, especially children in need of alternative care. Yet the challenges they face on a daily basis are immense. These includes navigating outdated, paper-based systems, managing complex administrative tasks, as the Minister has indicated, and dealing with excessive stress. Speaker, the Provincial Department of Social Development recognized these challenges and responded with a solution. The SWIMS app directly addresses inefficiencies within the system, reducing the administrative burden that has long plagued social workers by automating workflows, minimizing respective tasks, and enhancing monitoring and reporting functions. This app will enable social workers to spend more time on the crucial human-centered aspects of their work, providing care and support to those in need. This groundbreaking app, the first of its kind in South Africa, is a clear example of the DA's commitment to harnessing technology to improve service delivery. It promises to streamline the alternative care management process for children, providing much needed control and accountability while boosting the morale of our social workers. By eliminating cumbersome processes, this app empowers social workers to operate more efficiently and effectively, thus directly benefiting the communities they serve. Honourable Speaker, with your indulgence, with this app now in place, could the Minister perhaps provide more detail on whether there are any plans to expand this functionality, potentially through the public-private partnership? Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kaiser Philander. I recognize the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP welcomes SWIMS, the Social Work Integrated Management System. It is quite an innovative step in order to, as the previous speaker says, improve. I think at the end, it's improved the daily lives of social workers. Just a couple of weeks ago, we spoke about the safety of social workers, and this will help immensely. Just a couple of questions to the Minister is, I saw in one of the weekend August papers that social workers in the province sees up to 100 cases at a time. And if you go to the rural areas, it is social worker, the ratio is 2,500 per social worker. Will this app help that social workers will see more people? Meaning we know that we have a shortfall of social workers when it comes to our most needy areas, but also at our schools. You know, schools have social workers per district, but, you know, people are crying out because of the need, the drug abuse, the gangsterism, the bullying, and all of those type of things. So social workers will always have a massive, massive workload. How does this assist his department and social workers to see more people and maybe, you know, get done with cases sooner? So the ACDP want to commend the Minister's department for this excellent app, and we hope, you know, that it will be, as a member Kaiser Valander said, you know, there will be a partnership with the private sector so that this can be expanded. So less paperwork, but more effective work being done by our social workers. Safety is not a problem because, you know, they do it via this app. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I recognize the Honourable Marais.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I want to, on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, welcome the move to more efficient way of running services. However,
honourable members, is there an issue on the floor? Can you rise? Honourable member, please take a seat. Honourable Deputy Chief Whip, is that a point of order?
Apologies, Speaker, just to indicate to the member to put on his mic.
Thank you very much. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much.
Is that a point of order?
Honourable Speaker, no, it's not a point of order. Just getting messages now from members of the media that they are logging in onto the YouTube and they are unable to receive anything. Yeah, there's nothing playing, so I'm not sure whether that is, whether that is the case. If you could just double check. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I don't know why it's a joke that we as the opposition engages with the media. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Thank you very much to the Leader of the Opposition for alerting us. I'm asking that the table staff please. I'm just honourable Leader of the Opposition, and just to the House, I'm just being informed that it is in fact up and running. Honourable Marais, my apologies. You may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus notes the efficiency, and I think it's much needed in these times that we're in. Technology certainly makes life a bit easier. However, we must at the same time take cognizance of the safety issue currently when social workers have to visit homes with devices in hand instead of a paper, does it draw a bigger target on their backs in terms of the work that they have to conduct in very unsafe communities? The issue of personal information in terms of the POPI Act, are the information, sensitive information of this nature protected sufficiently to give the public the assurance that only those authorized to have access to this personal information is in place? And then spending, and I'm under correction, Minister, you can let me know if the 6 million spent on this particular swims was worth versus employing a backlog of social workers. We have more than 500 vacancies. Is this worth the investment in terms of the effectiveness and what we want to achieve in the social development cluster? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Marais. I recognize the Honourable Comfort.
Speaker. Honourable Speaker.
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Speaker?
You are indeed audible. You may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Dankie, Speaker. Ons is die African National Kanker Speaker. Ons erken die bekendstelling van die geïntegreerde maatskaplike werkster bestuurstel en die potensiaal daarvan om die manier waarop maatskaplike werkers hulle werk bestuur, die tyd wat benodig word om die gevalle te verwerk van 15 tot 8 minute te verminder, swims verteenwoordig en merkwaardige stap vorentoe in die stroomlyn van administratiewe take. Dis inderdaad 'n positiewe ontwikkeling en maatskaplike werker verdien elke hulpmiddel wat hulle las kan verlig en hulle doeltreffendheid kan verhoog. Maar terwyl ons in hierdie tegnologiese vooruitgang waardeer, moet ons ook dringende kwessies aanspreek wat steeds onopgelos bly, Speaker. Die swims toepassing is al voordelig, kan nie alleen ernstig tekort aan personeel wat ons ondervind oplos nie. In die area soos die Weskus distrik munisipaliteit is 'n wanbalans opvallend. 60 maatskaplike werkstukke vir meer as 476 miljoen mense. In Cederberg is 'n situasie meer komend werkend met slegs 7 maatskaplike werkster vir 60,000 individueel. In hierdie syfer beklemtoon 'n kritiese en 'n wye tekort wat geen toepassing kan regstel nie. Dit gebeur terwyl honderde gekwalifiseerde maatskaplike werkloos is, ondanks hulle geleerdheid en begeertes om hulle bydra tot maatskaplike dienste. Speaker, die hoë vermoë om maatskaplike werkers tot die bevolking tot ons provinsie in 'n stelselprobleem wat ons onmiddellik 'n strategiese aktiwiteit vereis. Swims mag positiewe stroomlyn, maar die adres nie die fundamente behoefte van meer hande op die dek nie. Terwyl ons die voordele van swims erken, het ons ook dringende duidelike planne nodig om hierdie toepassing sal help om die breë kwessies van maatskaplike werke te kort en die werksessies.
Jou tyd is verstreke.
Speaker, ten afsluiting wil ons ook dan net vra dat die MEC aan hierdie verduideliking en die doeltreffendheid wat die swims bepaal sal vertaal. Ek dank die Speaker.
Baie dankie, agbare lid. I recognize the Honourable Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And I think once again I want to stress the fact that any measure of intervention that makes it possible for social workers to go about their daily job in a more efficient and effective manner is indeed welcomed. Speaker, I just also want to make mention of the open invitation by the Minister to the Standing Committee of Social Development to actually come and see for themselves how this app works, and therefore gaining the insight knowledge as to how this app makes a difference in the daily lives of the social workers in the Western Cape. Speaker, with the success of the SWIMS app in managing alternative care processes, if the Minister perhaps could also just give an indication as to are there any plans to adapt or expand this app to other areas of social services, such as elderly care or support to persons with disabilities. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kaiser Philander. I recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister Lont.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I will start off where the chairperson of our standing committee have correctly said that there's a standing invitation for members of the committee that we can take you through how it works, the back end, how it will addresses the security. So Minister Murray, every single thing that, Minister Murray, that's unlikely to happen, but we have a Minister Murray.
Order, members.
Member Murray.
Order.
All the things that you have raised, it's addressed. So I think it's important that you as a committee take up that invitation that I've extended, see how the system works. Because, Honourable Christians, if you just do a quick calculation, the social workers in the Western Cape Department of Social Development, in 1 year, at a bare minimum, will save the equivalent of about 40 years of time. Now imagine if we can roll that out, and that is the question that was asked by the member Philander as well. If we can roll it out to the private sector to take it on board, local government that can take it on board, other government departments that can take this on board, the referrals between departments. If you have a kid that have problems and they go to the school close to the Crags, and that kid moves to the city of Cape Town, the social worker here in the city of Cape Town do not have to start from scratch doing the interventions and walking the journey with that kid. They can just pick up where the other have left off. So, Honourable Christians, we hope that eventually this will be rolled out to schools as well, to the health sector as well, to local government, because we do believe that this is a revolutionary app that will change the lives of social workers. And you can then ask about the money that's being spent. Shouldn't it be better spent in employing more social workers? Just by rolling out this app, we have already gotten more social worker hours to reinvest to the vulnerable. So if we can take this to the next step, over a term, I've just quickly given you the time frame saved in 1 year. But if you save that in a term, if you save that over 2 terms, the cumulative hours that you are saving by using this app and fully rolling it out, it is immense. And then when we have the money and getting our fair share from the national fiscus and making sure that we can get more social workers, they can start and hit the ground running and make sure from day one they don't have to walk with those brown envelopes under their arms. So, colleagues, I do want to give credit here, because quite often we come up with great ideas, but the rollout doesn't land. This came from the social workers. So this is why it's so successful. They identified the need, and they said, help us make this work. And with the Department of the Premier, who took our hands and said, let's get this thing out, we are now in the rollout phase of the social worker integrated management system. The big challenge, and this I put to every single member on both sides of the House, we need to make sure that we take this up across the board. We have already met with private companies, and they are incredibly excited about the potential of this. It's businesses that see what is the value of a good product. The return on investment would be incredible. So by rolling out these devices, yes, there might be some risk about putting a device in the hand of every social worker. But that is also why we are so encouraged by the Memorandum of Understanding signed by the National Police Commissioner, the National Police Minister, the Western Cape Government, and the City of Cape Town, so that through
Honourable
data...
Minister, your time has expired. Please conclude.
So that we can put our policing resources based on the needs in the province, and then our social workers don't have to buddy up and look after their shoulder when they go and service the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes interpellation 1. I recognized the Honorable Petrus. Is it in order? The Leader of the Opposition. All right, thank you very much. Honourable members, we then move on to interpellation number 2. I recognize the Minister of Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism, Honourable Minister Meyer.
Dank u, achtbare speaker. Ek verwelkom in die huis vandag 'n leerder, Delarey Engelbrecht en sy moeder, Alipad, daar van Mpumalanga, en dit is sy intensie om volgende jaar politieke wetenskap te studeer aan die Universiteit Eduvos, 'n fantastiese instelling, beide my seun as ook die van minister Bredel het daar gestudeer. So sterkte, voorspoed, welkom in 'n provinsie wat werk. Achtbare speaker. Dankie aan die
Honourable Minister, can you please take your seat? Honourable guests in the gallery, you are very welcome today in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament and in the chambers. But can I please remind you that you may not participate in the proceedings of the House? So just a kind reminder to everyone in the gallery. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Reënval in die Karoo is laag, hulle het ook 'n droogte gehad in die tydperk van 2017 en achtbare speaker, natuurlike hulpbronne is die aard van die saak baie beperk, die bevolking is wyd versprei en die armoedevlakke is reeds gedokumenteer. Die teenoorgestelde kant van hierdie munt is egter dat die toestande in die Karoo skep unieke uitdagings, maar ook unieke geleenthede. Die unieke kombinasie van die Karoo se geologie, reënvlakke, as ook die harde klimaat, die unieke plantegroei, die lam en die skaapvleis. Ek is jammer dat ek sien achtbare lekker is reeds nou in die lamvleis kategorie van sy het haar lippe so pas afgelek. Die skaapvleis en die lamsvleis is baie uniek in die Karoo en dit het 'n unieke as ook 'n onskeibare sensoriese eienskappe. Ek weet sy eet vanaand lamsvleis. Dieselfde toestande maak dit ook vir besoekers in die Weskaap baie aangenaam, veral die besoekers wat 'n wye ervaring wil hê van die natuur en die oop ruimtes, die kalmte en die sout van die aarde mense van die Karoo. Hulle samekoms, dit maak hulle gesog, is onder plaaslike en internasionale toeriste van kritieke belang. Hierdie sinergie van klimaat, omgewing, die mens, die plantegroei, maak dit juis uniek vir beide nasionale en internasionale toeriste. Maar hier is 'n sinergie, achtbare speaker, tussen verbruikerspersepsies en unieke kos wat versterk word, wederzijds verbeter dit en dit verskaf vir mens 'n lieflike reputasie van die streek en sy produkte. Lamsvleis, Karoo lamsvleis, in die besonder achtbare voorsitter van die staande komitee, Masipa. Ek sien jou lippe is ook al droog. Hierdie lamsvleis is uniek van die Karoo, maar daar is 'n risiko, achtbare lede. Daar is 'n reputasies kom ook met 'n gevaar. Een hiervan is dat mense ook 'n poging kan aanwend om 'n pryspremie te ontvang of om verkoopsvolume te verhoog, nabootsing, baie keer achtbare lekker, deur die speaker, mag die mense op die pakkie skryf, lekker Karoo lam. Maar dan is dit lam daar van Calvinia, achtbare Peters, weet waarvan ek praat, die mense bemark skaap en lamvleis,
achtbare minister, jou tyd is verstreke. Honourable Minister, your time has expired. Please take your seat.
Ek blameer die lam.
Order members, I recognise the Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you, Minister. During the recent prolonged drought, farmers in the Karoo were forced to sell a significant portion of their livestock due to the limited carrying capacity of their farms. This highlights just how severe the drought was. Under normal economic conditions, this situation could have presented an opportunity for farmers to increase their prices. The principle of supply and demand is clear. When the supply of product is low, the price of the product typically rises. Now, with the Karoo lamb having attained local geographic indication status, one would expect that this will provide some level of protection for farmers against the challenges posed by climate change, such as extended drought, like the one we experienced a few years ago. However, we know the opposite occurred, and many farmers incurred significant financial losses. During the drought, your ministry responded quickly by providing much-needed fodder support. Without this intervention, many farmers might have lost their farms entirely. Some even had to move their livestock to other regions, including the Overberg, where farms had the carrying capacity to sustain them. What remained puzzling is that despite the high demand of Karoo lamb, the expected market response, higher prices, did not materialize in a way that benefited these farmers. South Africans, particularly those in the Western Cape, are known for their appreciation of Karoo lamb, says Honourable Lekker. And one will think they will have been willing to pay a premium for such a sought-after product. As saying goes, those who can afford it will pay for what they believe is worth their money. Question, Minister, given the GI status of Karoo lamb and the economic principles of supply and demand, will the farmers benefit from the increased prices during the drought? And what further steps will your ministry take to ensure that farmers are better supported and protected from climate-related economic losses to keep the Karoo economy going during drought season? I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masipa. I recognise the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. Just, Minister, we know that according to 2020 European Commission study, Europe's economy grew by 75 billion euros in 2017 due to the sale of value of the GI products. Now, also, other countries has benefit because of the GI factor. It's proven in countries like Italy, France, Spain, Portugal, and Greece. The question I think the Honourable Member has already asked is, with all the risks involved, what is your department doing in order to protect those risks that the farmers are facing when it comes to climate change, but also a lot of other challenges that we have? And as you said, with challenges, there's opportunities. But if you go to overseas and they speak about South African rooibos tea, you know, it's a known phenomenon. If you go to other countries, they know it comes from South Africa. So the question is just, Minister, how are the farmers going to protect it, and how is your department going to assist those farmers to make this really one of the flagships of the Karoo? Because, as you said, lamvleis is lekker vleis, maar ook almal kan dit nie bekostig nie, want dit gaan uit die mark vir sekere mense. So gaan daar mense wees wat ook, jy weet, as hulle daai lamvleis wil koop, nie vir sekere mense nie, maar dat die ander gemeenskappe ook kan daaruit baat. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I recognise Honourable Jacobs.
Greetings to all. I greet you all in the name of the Most High. It says, Speaker, the NCC rises to congratulate those farms that has been recognized as Karoo lamb farms, receiving geographical indication on the 27th of October 2023. Speaker, this opened up markets in Europe and BRICS countries, knowing that farm owners will surely benefit financially. Karoo lamb meat is seen as a delicacy across the world, and this qualification will increase income and sales. However, Speaker, We therefore call out on the Minister of Agriculture and Labour to make sure that the biggest assets on these farms are protected, the farm workers. They must be protected from full-scale exploitation. Speaker, the Human Rights Commission has recently tabled a report on farm workers being exploited in areas like Worcester and Ceres. Some of the concerns raised by the Human Rights Commission in this report is the non-payment of salaries and resident for farm workers and salaries not paid as per the national minimum wage. Speaker, as unique as this development is to the Karoo, the recognition must align with the principle of its people, the indigenous. Just like the Springbok and the Protea, it was taken from the indigenous with no recognition. Speaker, the NCC moves that the two departments work closely in the Karoo to avoid exploitation of the farmers of workers by the farmers and the replacement of coloured farm workers by cheap foreign labour. I thank you. I says.
Thank you very much, Honourable Jacobs. I recognize the Honourable Mkontlo.
Nkosi Somlomo. Somlomo, the ANC in the Western Cape Legislature welcomes the significant milestone achieved with the registration of Karoo as a South African geographical indication, effective from October 27, 2023. This designation is not just a victory of our farmers, but a momentous step for the entire Karoo region. Encompassing parts of the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape, we extend gratitude to the Karoo Consortium and all stakeholders who have made this achievement possible. South Africa has several other recognized GIs, including rooibos, honeybush, and various wine GIs. However, as we celebrate this achievement, we must also address the need for greater transformation within our agri-sector. Ensuring that the benefits of the GI status extend beyond a selected few requires a concerted effort towards a sector-wide transformation, and we hope our minister will be able to drive that. Our focus must be on inclusive growth, ensuring that the advancements in the Karoo industry contribute to the overall upliftment of all communities involved, particularly, as our member Petrus have said, the farm workers, their conditions of living, and their human rights. Yeah. This classification will not only protect the integrity of the name Karoo, but also enhances its market value. The distinctive flavor profile of Karoo, derived from the unique vegetation of the Nama Karoo biome, positions it as a premium product both locally and internationally. Consequently, farmers can anticipate improved farm gate prices due to this added value. This GI status is expected to provide a competitive edge in global markets, leveraging the renowned quality and uniqueness of Karoo to attract higher premiums. Moreover, the economic benefits of the GI classification extend beyond just higher prices. It has the potential to drive job creation and stimulate local economies within the Karoo region.
Honourable Mkontlo, your time has expired. Please conclude.
A different Mero from this current situation in that region. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mkontlo. I recognize the Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is widely known that Karoo is farmed exclusively within radius of approximately 19.3 million hectares, making the geographical mapping of production easier for reference and traceability. Preserving the reputation and authenticity of this product is essential. One of the major challenges for Karoo farmers is that they require a minimum of 10,000 hectares for a viable operation to survive the harsh conditions of the Karoo. Additionally, to qualify as a Karoo lamb, the animals must graze on specific Karoo shrubs that give the meat its distinct taste, which other lamb varieties do not provide, and that marketed deflates by a lager. Thus, the regulations and cooperation between producers, retailers, and abattoirs are critical. It is crucial to list and inspect retailers and abattoirs that use the name Karoo lamb to ensure authenticity. However, this can be a lengthy and costly process without government and sector support. Notably, South Africa does not have specific geographical indication legislation, but relies on common law approach using various statutes to protect its valuable agricultural products. The current GI regulations empowers assignees appointed under the Agricultural Product Standard Act to monitor and enforce compliance with registered product specifications. These assignees are also responsible for ensuring the protection of South African GIs in trade. However, we recognize the challenges involved in this process. Moreover, the National Department of Agriculture knows that GI registration provides producers within a defined geographical area the collective right to use the GI logo on products that meet the prescribed standards. It also grants them the ability to prevent non-qualifying producers from using GI logo on products not produced in the designated area or in accordance with the required standards. This helps protect the reputation of the GI from misuse. The question to the Minister: will the Minister kindly respond to some of these challenges and outline possible mechanisms that could assist farmers and assignees in navigating these issues and challenges? I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nasipa. I recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister Meyer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to honourable members who took part in this interpellation. I want to thank Honourable Member Masipa, Honourable Member Christians, Honourable Member Jacobs, Honourable Member Nkondlo, and the conclusion by Honourable Member Masipa. I get a sense that they all appreciate the value of Karoo lamb. I get a sense that they also appreciate the contribution of farmers and the contribution of farm workers in this particular situation. I value their contributions. Achtbare Speaker, dit volg op die reputasie van 'n produk soos Karoo lam wat beskerm moet word, en een meganisme is hierdie geografiese aanduiding, the geographical origin. Vir hierdie doel moet 'n produkbeskrywing wat onder meer 'n afgebakende gebied dokumenteer, interaksie tussen die produk en die geografie, aanvaarbare produksiepraktyke, sertifiseringsprosesse, bewaring en bestuursreëlings insluit. And the way this works, Honourable Speaker, my department, the University of Pretoria, as well as an organization in France, work together since 2005 with farmers and farm workers to do a product description, to develop the system, and also, as Honourable Member Masipa correctly pointed out, we had to develop a system in the absence of a regulatory framework to put something like this in place, to develop a product of GI system. And the most recent one, to members of this House, was a consortium that was established by the European Union. It's called the Consortium for Karoo lamb. And in terms of the European standards, they make available 130,000 euros for 3 years for the study to be conducted. And they ask that a local institution, which is my department, make a contribution of 10% of that amount, which we have given to allow this research to happen. And I'm very happy that Professor Johan Kirsten from the University of Stellenbosch, the Bureau for Economic Research, was instrumental as part of this consortium to get this. We have to understand that rooibos tea has now an international GI classification. Karoo lamb has only up to now a South African GI classification. It is my intention, it is my purpose, it is my goal, and it's my vision to get Karoo lamb into the international GI classification, because what that means is that on the packet, Honourable Member Lekker, will be a sticker that will say EU originally from the Karoo, so that the people of the Karoo, as members have asked in this House, that they must also benefit directly, not only the farmers. And this is the story. If you want to farm and export internationally, you need CISA and VITA accreditation. The VITA and the CISA accreditation says, do not abuse farm workers, make sure that they're international standard of good practices. You cannot export even grapes or any fruit if there is not international standards of best practices in terms of how you treat your farm workers. We will insist that that also happens with Karoo lamb, when it is internationally exported. And so, this is a great day for the Karoo. I want to thank all the people who did the research, the farm workers,
Honourable
the
Minister,
farmers
your
and the
time has
conservatives.
expired. Please conclude.
I want to conclude to thank people. Honourable Member Kontla, excellent contribution. Thank you for recognizing the great work that this product, and when I meet you again,
Thank you very much, Minister. Please
the
take
two
your
of us
seat. Thank you very
will
much.
enjoy.
Thank you very much, Minister. Order, members. Order. That brings us to the end of interpellation number 2. Honourable Saad, is that a point of order?
It's not a point of order, Honourable Speaker. It's just a proposal to move a motion in relation to the subject for discussion, Honourable Speaker. I wanted to move without notice that the subject for discussion takes place immediately after the interpellations, before the questions, given the importance of the topic at hand, and the fact that we've still got an audience here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Honourable members, the rules makes provision for a motion to be moved to give precedence because the order of business is normally, or it is stipulated in the rules. With that being said, there was no request for precedence at the start of the sitting, and for that reason, I'm going to continue as per the rules, the order of the rules dictate on the sequence of events. So we are now moving on to questions for oral reply in terms of Rule 202, and I wish to remind the honourable members that that a reply, once the Honourable Minister has started the reply to the oral question as printed on the question paper, honourable members must use the chat facility for those members who's online, and those in the House must please indicate if they wish to ask a follow-up question. Honourable members, please be reminded that there are 4 opportunities for follow-up questions, and the first opportunity will be provided to the person posing the initial question to the Minister. Thereafter, any other honourable members who wishes to use the remaining 3 opportunities must please give me an indication. Honourable members, as per the question paper, question number 3 has been withdrawn. We then move on to questions for oral reply. To new question, the first question, and I recognize the Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, it is my understanding that there was a request to the Office of the Premier from the member that the question stand over.
Thank you very much. The question 1 under new questions, honourable members, will stand over. We then move on to questions standing over from the 12th of September 2024 as agreed by the House. And I recognize the Honourable Minister, Minister of Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism, Minister Meyer.
Dankie agbare Speaker, en ook baie dankie aan agbare Petrus dat hierdie vraag kon oorstaan. Ek het sy toestemming gevra dat hierdie vraag mag oorstaan aangesien ek verlede week ander verpligtinge gehad het by Nampo in Bredasdorp. Agbare Speaker, aan agbare Petrus, gedurende die verslagdoeningstydperk 2023-2024 het my departement die volgende bydraes gelewer. Ons het ondersteuning gebied aan 13 produsente in die rooi vleiskommoditeite en 2 in die graankommoditeite. Ons het ondersteuning verskaf aan 19 swart kommersiële produsente, 26 boeredae het ek gereël en plaasadvies ook verskaf aan 4.393 produsentes aangebied. Daar is ook voltooide vaardigheidsaudits gedoen vir 62 landboubesighede, so-called skills audits. Agbare Speaker, daarbenewens het ons ook voortgegaan met die implementering van sleuterintervensies wat gemik is op opkomende produsente te ondersteun, wat insluit huishoudelike, gemeenskap en skoolvoedingstuine. Die volgende is daar gelewer. Ons het 3930 huishoudings bygestaan met die vestiging van voedseltuine. Ons het verskaf ook produksie-insette, toerusting, infrastruktuur, ook aan 41 opkomende produsente, ook ondersteuning gebied aan 142 bestaansboere met gemeenskapsvoedseltuine en ook 24 skooltuine daar gelewer, wat ook dan 'n voedingsbron is vir die skool se voedingsskema. Agbare Spreker en agbare Petrus, ons het ook 6 voedseltuin bewustheidsveldtogte uitgevoer, wat ook insluit die so-called World Food Day, wat elke jaar op 6 Oktober plaasvind. Dat het plaasgevind by Kranshoek Sportveld in Plettenbergsbaai omgewing. Daar was ook 'n aantal deelnemers van my landbouopleidingscollege, and for the interest of the honourable member, he's from that area in the Garden Route. This year, I will have another World Food Day event, which will take place this year in October in Uniondale. Honourable agbare Speaker, benewens die ondersteuning wat ons gegee het, ook aan die volhoubaarheid van werkskepping op plase tot gevolg gehad het ons ook bydrae gelewer tot werkskepping, veral in terme van ons ondersteuning van ons omvattende landbouondersteuningsprogram. Ons het daardie inisiatief het gelei tot 325 permanente en 763 tydelike poste. Altesaam het ons 1838 individue wat opleiding ontvang het, waarvan 698 onder 35 jaar oud was en waarvan omtrent 765 ook vroue was. Dankie, agbare Speaker.
Baie dankie, agbare Minister. Honourable members, Honourable Petrus, before I recognize you, I only have an indication from Honourable Petrus, Honourable Maree, Honourable Masipa, and Honourable Nkontlo. Those are the 4 opportunities in that order. Honourable Petrus.
Dankie, Speaker. Dankie, Minister. Al wat ek wil vra is dat die minister alles wat hy nou genoem het net vir ons beskikbaar stel op skrif. Asseblief.
Baie dankie, agbare lid, agbare minister.
Agbare Speaker, ek doen dit met die grootste liefde. Ek sal einde van die dag of môreoggend sal ek hierdie net oortik, want ek het nou opgeskryf, sal ek dit aan die agbare lid verskaf met die grootste plesier.
Baie dankie, agbare minister. I recognize the Honourable Maree.
Baie dankie, minister, vir die inligting. Ek wil net geweet het, agbare minister, in terme van die ontluikende boere, of daar uitvoermarkte is waar daar wel 'n suksesstorie is in terme van die koppeling van 'n nuwe jong man wat begin boer het en uit 'n uitvoermark gekry in terme van die ondersteuning wat die departement aan hom gegee het. Het ons so 'n suksesstorie om te vertel?
Thank you very much, Honourable Maree. Honourable Minister.
Agbare Speaker, daar is verskeie voorbeelde van my visie is om nie net onlykende boere te vestig nie, maar opkomende kommersiële boere, sodat hulle internasionaal mededingend hulle produkte kan bemark. Daar is verskeie voorbeelde daarvan. There is now persons and delegation will be led by one of my staff members, will soon go to Shanghai in China. 2 years ago, I went with some farmers from the Western Cape to promote their wine in Maputo. Our products are there. There's also an emerging farmer in Ceres. He's producing also deciduous fruit, also being exported. If you want a list of all those farmers, emerging black farmers who are now exporting to the rest of the world, Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to bring to this House or directly to the member a list of those black commercial farmers who were initially emerging farmers to become commercial farmers. We have also now seen some women entrepreneurs, black and colored women, are now exporting to the United States and to Europe. I facilitated also an engagement with SANEC, which is the South African Netherlands Chamber of Commerce, from my interaction with the gentleman, Mr. Mark Achten den Bos, facilitated also that the black lady export also wine to Europe. So we have a number of such cases, but I'm happy to bring a detailed list to this House.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Minister, for the love of agriculture, can the Minister provide details on how the government, your Democratic Alliance government, in collaboration with the commodity sector, is working together to benefit both farmers and farm workers? I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, Honourable Minister. Just a reminder, and Honourable Members, that you are allowed one follow-up question and not multiple follow-ups when you do your follow-up question. Honourable Minister, I will not dictate to you how you answer that, but Honourable Members, please note you are entitled to one follow-up question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. You are now defending me so I can pick and choose what I want from that particular question, and I exercise that parliamentary democratic right now. I want to respond. I choose the easiest one, obviously.
Order.
That's the nature of the game. So the one that I choose is, what is my department doing in terms of using the commodity approach to also empower other people in this industry? Well, this is a unique approach. It doesn't happen anywhere else. In my department, in this Western Cape province, we use the commodity approach to empower emerging black farmers. So if you're in the apple industry, we use the apple industry through hot grow, for example, and let empowerment happen through hot grow. White commercial farmers, the same commodity, same industry, mentor, and then we come in and say, let's prepare you for the market. That's the commodity approach. We use it also in Winpro, which is the wine industry. We get you a winemaker. In fact, there are numerous examples of people who are exporting wine who don't even have a wine farm. That's my goal. I don't want people, everybody wants land. And then with all the disasters and the floods. So I want people to rather buy the grapes. We supply them with bottles. We assist them with the labels. We assist them with the market. And boom, there your bank account balloons. That's what I want to do. And in that process, we use Winpro, we use winemakers, we use mentors, and that exponentially put your product through the commodity approach in the right trajectory. So that is exactly what we do. In the meat industry, it's the same. We use the RPO, the Red Meat Producing Organization. In winemaking, we use the same. We use hot grow. So the commodity approach is not a generic approach. It's a sector-specific approach. And through mentorship, through skills, through blended finance, land bank, jobs fund, national treasury, and my department support, I want to focus more on getting black farmers, their products, internationally on the market. Now, how do you do that? Every year, I take people to the Netherlands, in Rotterdam, to see the global value chain. I take people to Germany to see the global food logistical hub. so that they can network with people, and that network facilitate also this international trade relations. So, Honourable Member, the commodity approach doesn't exist anywhere in South Africa. We pioneered it, we're a role model, we're ready to export it to the other 8 provinces. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize Honourable Mkontlo.
Enkosi Somlomo. Ukuzama ucacelwa ke mphathiswa kule ndima ugqiba ukuyiphendula. Ndiyafuna uqonda into ba kule department kweli candelo lakho ingaba kule nyanga nje iphelileyo sibonile izikhukhula ezithe zafikela amafama kwaye ke ngoku umuntu unomdla into ba kulamafama asakhulayo angenabo ubucigogo balamaxesha inoba zintoni ncakasana onosicacisela zona siyilendlu othe wazenza necandelo lakho ukuncedisana namafama asakhulayo athe ahlukumezwa zizikhukhula ezibisisuka kuzo. Enkosi.
Thank you to Honourable Member Mkontla. The question is relevant. We had severe rains, severe storms. We had 4 floods last year. But thanks for the great assistance from my Minister of Local Government and Environmental Affairs. Through his work, we do a diagnostic assessment. We do assessments on the farms. When there's a rain, we immediately activate a JOC, bringing all the role players together. And in terms of the farmers specifically, we put the farmers in the JOC. Minister Bradell allowed the farmers to be present in the JOC so that they don't get second-hand and third-hand information. They get first-hand information in the JOC. And based on that information, we also, sometimes it's very difficult to visit the farm when it's under flood. You cannot go in with a car. So my department has made available an app so where people can then on their farm take photos and then we coordinate it. When it's better, we go in to see that we do a proper verification of what has happened on the farm. And through my state-owned company, Casidra, we visit these farmers to see to what extent we can use the conditional grants to provide the necessary assistance. My first priority when there's a flood is the safety, the people, and that's also the methodology of Minister Bradell when he then distribute the resources to make sure the first prize is life of people. Second is also the safety of, in my case, livestock on the farms. In some cases, when animals need to be transferred to other areas, we provide some of that assistance through Casidra. And so, big rains, but the best thing we can do, and we do it, is not after the fact, because once you are flooded and everything is underwater and your animals and livestock have died, it is a little bit too late. What we recommend, and we give that advice, during rainy seasons, we know the patterns of climate change is evolving all the time. So one of the things is we have regular with our farmers information days, programs to mitigate the risk. We indicate where they must plant, for example, to at least when a flood comes, how you need to lay out your farm. We do proper farm planning for our farmers. Obviously, when things are very difficult and tough, we try to assist through my Casidra. Many times it is things like you have just planted, the seeds are gone, we assist with the seeds. Sometimes your fencing is gone, we assist with the farmer with the fencing, and this happens on a continuous basis. But here is the thing. Climate change is now permanently part of everybody's business. And that's why, Honourable Member, the Premier has just left now, this afternoon, to visit New York. Part of a global climate change interventions. We are also part of the Mediterranean Climate Action Program, where we lock into the COP28, and that is draw down many funding, because many of our farmers actually need funding. But we believe in the redesign of the farm, but also particularly, my heart bleeds when an emerging and beginner farm had just planted and this rain comes and washes everything away. And in that case, it's very difficult. Not everybody has what we call also crop insurance, but I'm happy to report, Honourable Member Mkonto, the Minister of Local Government has now gone to the Cabinet, and he said this is no longer on. Where we face major disasters, he has now brought a proposal to the Cabinet and say he will now initiate a discussion with all the insurance companies, because they must come to the table when there's major floods and disasters. The government will never have all the money to cover the depth of these disasters, but it is in the business of insurance companies, and there are certain proposals which the Minister will table, and I have also had some discussions with my chairperson of the Standing Committee who has some knowledge about this type of insurance, and I'm happy to learn more, because my heart bleeds when I see what farmers are going through and their workers and the destruction. But I want the National Department also to inspect all the farms that is in the Western Cape, because some of the dam levels broke, and the Minister has received a report from the National Minister about that dam and the consequences and the risk. But I'm so glad the GNU is working. Instead of pointing fingers, the National Minister came and said, let's take hands and try jointly to fix this. For the first time, there was acceptance of accountability. Never happened in the last 30 years. Accept accountability, join hands, and work together. And I think the Honourable Member Mkontla is so happy that the government of national unity is delivering for the people of the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members. Order, members. Members, that concludes question number 4 on the question paper. We move on to question paper number 5, and I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism, Minister Meyer.
Petrus, hierdie is 'n baie sensitiewe saak. Dis 'n baie komplekse saak. Want dit handel oor onwettige immigrante. Maar hierdie vraag handel nie net oor onwettige immigrante in die landbousektor nie, dit handel oor onwettige immigrante. Prinsipieel, strategies, hierdie kabinet is verbind tot die regstaat, the rule of law. Anybody that enters the Western Cape, that enters South Africa, must come through the legal ways and means. But we know the facts, we know the history. I've got documents here of showing the patterns of illegal foreign nationals. So I have convened a working group together with the industry, and we have done to say what is the system and processes that deals with what we call undocumented foreign nationals. We looked into this, and we have also brought Agri-Western Cape to the table. Agri-Western Cape has also spoken to all the farmers to make sure that we have only people working in the sector that are legally here. I think I'm so happy that the National Minister of Home Affairs is working now also with this situation. But I personally went to see our borders. I went to Lesotho, absolutely no borders. People walk over the stuff, and this is the risk. If you want to deal with foreign illegal immigrants, the first order of business is to make sure that you have a proper border management authority, better policing, and work with international organizations and see that you can facilitate it. The question directly was, what is the impact? Obviously, it will have a major impact in different aspects, in different spheres, because what we see in 2011, Minister Bradell had to deal with the issue of xenophobia, for example, foreign nationals, legal and illegal clashing. We believe in the rule of law. We want people to enter South Africa legally, legitimately, and make a contribution. I do not subscribe to Donald Trump that wants to build a wall to keep people out. Your heart must be open for people who want to be legitimately, legally, within our rule of law, being accommodated. There are many people, irrespective of where they come from, they can add value. But I think there is a trend and a pattern that we've seen in South Africa that things are now getting out of control. And I think, Honourable Member, there's also norms and standards about undocumented forced migrants. I have also a report to show what is the international norm, and I think our situation is now above the international norm in terms of specific number of people that are illegal in the country. So I'm now calling on this House and this House to assist us through research, evidence, and data so that we get people in the country legally and welcome them who are legally in this country, because what we are not wanting to see is that things are going out of control and that people who are also illegally in the country, they are a risk. And the risk of illegal people have been well documented in the research document. The question is, what is that risk? Here is the risk documented from people who are illegally in South Africa, and they are causing trouble. And this is the trouble they cause. We have to be frank, we have to be open, and we have to be direct. The research indicates, not all, but some foreign nationals that are illegal in the country are busy with drug trafficking. They're busy with smuggling of abalone, crayfish, prostitution, smuggling of arms, car theft. The Minister of Police Oversight and Community Safety gets regular reports through the police and intelligence services. This is a crisis, but we have to deal with this crisis within the framework of the rule of law. We've been elected to this Parliament to act responsibly. And so this calls for a responsible debate in this House, but also this calls for maturity and leadership in redefining our national legislation, because there's a legislative vacuum that is currently being abused, and we must make sure that we don't ignite xenophobia, but we must also make sure that we don't allow people to abuse citizens of this country. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Petrus.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Baie dankie, Minister. Eerstens, dankie dat u erkent dat ons hier te doen het met 'n krisis. Maar ek wil kom by die punt van die oorsake. Nou, die meerderheid van bruin en swart mense in die provinsie het nie plase nie, het ook nie geboue nie, het nie eiendomme nie. Nou, sekerlik is daar mense beland, die onwettige immigranten, by daai geboue, hulle maak besigheid daar, hulle slaap daar, hulle betaal daar, so iemand kry die inkomste. Die eienaar van die gebou kry die inkomste.
Agbare lid, ek wil nie net
Die eienaar
herinner
van die
dat u nie nodig het om u vraag te motiveer nie, maar dat u 'n opvolgvraag aan die minister kan
Ek wil
plaas.
weet, wat is in plek om diegene wie hulle skuldig maak, om onwettige immigranten toe te laat, om onwettig besigheid en werk te doen op hulle plase, op hulle gebouwe, waar ook al hulle is, wat hulle ook al besit. Wat is in plek gestel deur hierdie regering, deur die Wes-Kaapse regering, om dit te bekamp? Indien nie, volg ek op dat ons daadwerklik moet iets doen om hierdie situasie aan te spreek.
Weereens, agbare minister, 'n lede kan een opvolgvraag vra en nie byvoegings by die vraag plaas nie. So minister, ek gaan nie vir u voorskryf hoe u moet antwoord nie, net weer eens herinnering aan die lede.
Nee, agbare spreker, baie dankie en agbare Petrus. Ek dink hy is korrek. Hier is 'n krisis. The first law of politics, if you want to make progress, acknowledge there's a crisis, then you can move on. If you duck and dive, don't acknowledge, then you cannot make progress. So the first law of politics, accept there's a problem and let's see how we can proceed. I am deeply concerned. I was in Johannesburg, for example, earlier this year. I went to that road that was blown up, and I went there and I saw some buildings. I said, what is this? They told me these are all hijacked buildings. I said, by whom? They say by illegal foreign nationals. They squat in the building. I said, but how is this possible? Where's your building regulations? Where's your building inspectors? Where's this was in Johannesburg, the Johannesburg Metropolitan Police Department. There was absolutely no law enforcement. This is an economic crime that you refer to. People squatting in buildings and collecting rent. This is a mafia operation. You will have now seen that the government of national unity is now making this mafias a top priority of people that annex a building that don't belong to them. You can't go to any of these foreign countries and decide to hijack a building and live comfortably and use water, use electricity, and you don't pay. Because this is the situation. This speaks to the depth of our need to maintain law and order. In fact, the first function of a government from historical days is, even before collecting tax, is the safety of the citizens. Tax is second. Firstly is the safety. And I think we have found now an agreement in South Africa. There's consensus. Also with the National Police Commissioner, the Provincial Police Commissioner. You would have seen what the Police Commissioner is doing in KZN. He said, in my province, there will be law and order. And I think this matter is now receiving proper attention. I am saddened when I hear the National Minister of Public Works speak and say there's more than 800 buildings belonging to the National Department that has been hijacked. This is completely unacceptable. It is an economic crime, and Minister Maree has prioritized economic crime together with the Provincial Commissioner. So what is being done? This is now something that will receive more resources in this government, but also within the South African police. The days of people hijacking buildings, using municipal water and electricity and not paying is over. This is a clear warning from this parliament to them that their days are numbered. The police, the resources from both the city, all the municipalities, Minister Maree, their days are numbered. And if you know of any such incidences, Honourable Member, please bring it under the attention of Minister Maree, and I can guarantee you she's working around the clock to make sure that we deal with economic crime. It is completely unacceptable that people can use these buildings. But Honourable Member, in conclusion, I'm so happy that the National Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure is now on record. He said those buildings will be cleaned out, and many of those buildings for which we pay tax, for standing empty, is open for abuse by drug lords and other people, will now be sold off so that we don't have buildings that stands empty in South Africa. People pay tax and there's no value. So the concept of creating public value will now become paramount. And this is not something that's going to happen overnight, but you flagged the issue, it is receiving major attention. The days are numbered. We're not going to accept it. Just close by here, many years ago, there was a building here. Hijacked, it was cleaned out by the city of Cape Town. That trend is going to continue faster than any time in history before.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The next speaker will be on Gensu, Masipa, and Kontlo. Those are the 4 opportunities.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Given the impact of the use of undocumented foreign nationals, as also described, what have you done in confronting both farm and construction bosses in the Cederberg Belt, Ceres, Grapo, and across the province, right, who are using undocumented foreign nationals as cheap labor for super profit, beyond limitations?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Member has now referred what have I done in certain specific areas in terms of undocumented foreign nationals. I would like to receive that, and I'm happy to come back with that detailed information, as I do not have it right now. But what I have done, Honourable Speaker, I have brought all the farmers and the farmers' associations together with Home Affairs, the South African Police Services, and there were some other people that I brought together, and Home Affairs and the United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees, the international body that deal with migrant workers. We brought them together and said, listen here, this is a mess. How do we create a framework? And what my department has subsequently done, based on that workshop, we developed a protocol so that these things that the Honourable Member spoken about do not happen. But he asked me some specific areas for which I do not have the answer right now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Masipa, is there a point of order, Honourable Member? What's your point of order?
The question which was posed here,
Honourable Member, what's your point of order?
is in respect, to suggest that it's only specifically, yet the question indicated that in the agricultural sector, yet Cederberg is part of the heartland of agriculture.
Honourable
so
Member,
it's out of order for not being able to respond.
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order. The Minister has made a commitment and he will come back to the House. Honourable Masipa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Once again, for the love of Agriculture Minister, you are known for saying use science, data, and evidence to make decisions. The Democratic Alliance, the party you belong to, is an evidence-based party. Now that the DA is in the government of national unity, Minister, how do you intend to collaborate to bring fairness in the labor market for the employed and the unemployed, while dealing with the unfairness and irregularities in the job market? I thank you.
Honourable members, again, honourable members, I do not need assistance at the chair. Honourable Minister, again, that question, I'm not going to dictate how you respond. It's up to you. Honourable members, I've been for the last couple of sittings, have reminded members about the rules, how you pose your questions. I've asked that the table staff engage members on how to pose these questions in order within the parameters of the parliamentary mechanisms available to you. I do not want to stifle debate and accountability, but members, I please ask that you work with me. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Honourable Member, thank you for your contribution. Honourable Speaker, I listened to this question. This question has 3 dimensions. The first dimensions deal with data, evidence, and science as a form of our decision making. The second dimension of his question deals with how do I see the government of national unity can make a contribution, and the third dimension is a more complex one in terms of the fairness and the labor law and the practices and how this will work in the different sectors. I will now restrict, as you suggested, I want to restrict myself to the first dimension. As you said, I can choose, and I choose data and science. Honourable Speaker, within the context of the national government of national unity, the President and Honourable Member Lecker will then appreciate it. If she can listen, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Member, Honourable Minister, please speak to me.
Honourable Speaker, I hope Honourable Member Lecker is listening, because her President, my President, spoke about the three priorities of the government of national unity. Honourable Member Lecker will know that the President spoke about building an inclusive economy. Honourable Member Lecker will know that the President spoke about let's deal with the issue of poverty. Honourable Member Lecker will know that the third priority was focusing on building a capable state. One of the principles of building a capable state is to have a governance architecture that say be data-led, evidence-based governance. Not just wake up one morning and then grab an idea and untest it. And even in the case with the discussion on undocumented foreign nationals, let's get the data, let's get the science, the numbers of people, where they come from, why they come, and let the data-led governance. This government is now facing a major fiscal crisis. The Minister of Finance is now dealing and unpacking the fiscal implications using data, science, and evidence. Looking at the PES formula, the Honourable Minister of DCAS asked yesterday in the Cabinet that we look at the reconfiguration of the conditional grants. Those will all be subjected to scientific, evidence-based government practice. When you do that, you maximize your efficiency, you create greater value, and so that's the situation. But I think the second dimension that speaks to the government of national unity, we now have a unique opportunity to no longer point fingers of who did something wrong 10 years ago, 15 years ago, because that simply doesn't help us. And we are now driven by a philosophy that says, honor the past, but live in the future. And I think the government of national unity say, what happened in the past is there. The election came, the election gave the people a mandate, and I'm so happy that Honourable Member Mkontla is agreeing that we must look into the future, working together, strengthening society, and stop petty ideological debates, but rather focus on how do we strengthen the government of national unity so that her children and my children can have a better life. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Mkontlo.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think we once again, Honourable, through you, Speaker, welcome that there is an engagement with the Agri-Western Cape to deal with the matter in terms of the agri sector, and hopefully we'll get the report. And when Minister speaks about research, I'm sure actually there's anecdotal evidence in all these sectors. You can walk in the waterfront now and go to a restaurant for that Karoo lamp. You'll find illegal foreign nationals. And I think, Minister, my question is, in your research that you were punting here, has your research revealed what is known by an ordinary person in the street, that what drives this employment of illegal foreigners by industry in particular is cheap labor and what could be termed apartheid labor conditions, where people are enslaved? They work conditions that are beyond what is
Honourable
regulated.
Member, I wish to remind you, you do not need to motivate your question You can just pose your question in the interest of consistency for everyone. Please just pose your question, no need to motivate.
Does your research actually confirms what is there and is known by everyone of what drives this by industry itself?
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable Minister.
Honourable Nkondlo always asks intelligent questions, so I will give an intelligent answer. I think, Honourable Nkondlo, there was an article that was published also in a journal about heading for Canaan, a reflection on illegal migration in South Africa. And in this article, in terms of the specific question, is what is driving this? And you actually put a second question. Is there wage disparities that fuel this in terms of employment? Well, the argument in this research is confirming your hypothesis that there is a depressing effect on wage levels. So this confirms your statement that you just made.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, that concludes the question number 5 as printed on the question paper. We move on to question number 7, and I recognise the Honourable Minister of Local Government, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, Minister Bredell.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for asking the question. Poor financial management in any municipality has a huge negative impact on planning and responding to disasters. The part A of the question, plan effectively for potential disasters. Poor financial management, inadequate budget allocations for disaster risk reduction, inefficient investment in critical infrastructure, and inadequate human capacity negatively impact disaster risk reductions and preparedness. Honourable Speaker, the amendment to the Disaster Management Act, Act 57 of 2002, acknowledges the need for adequate capacity at the municipal level, and the lack of adequate disaster management resources remains a challenge. The appointment of a dedicated disaster management manager impacts the municipality's ability to carry out the necessary disaster management planning as required by the Disaster Management Act and to coordinate major incidents and/or disasters effectively. Speaker, furthermore, poor financial management in municipalities significantly impact the municipality's ability to reduce the impact of disasters through proactive measures. It is not sustainable for municipalities to implement disaster management reactively. Rather, they should be implementing proactive disaster management through disaster risk reduction measures undertaken by sector departments. Disaster risk reduction is the responsibility of all departments, and this should be budgeted for and included in their operational activities. Such measures can include the awareness campaigns to inform communities about their risks and how to prevent these risks. Secondly, infrastructure projects, structural mitigation, for example, increasing the size of bridges and culverts to prevent damage during flood events, installation of gabions to prevent erosion, preparedness planning, including seasonal preparedness, clearing of stormwater drainage, etc., early warning systems, river maintenance plans, etc. It's crucial for longer-term sustainability. The part B of Honourable Brandt's question, responding to potential disasters, inefficient emergency funding delays disaster response, placing more pressure on the Western Cape government to assist in coordinating disasters, which increase community risk and vulnerability to disasters. In addition, poor financial management lead to inadequate budgeting for first responders, such as the fire and rescue services, leaving already vulnerable communities more vulnerable to disasters. Without the necessary trained staff and sufficient resources, many lives are likely to be lost during disasters. Honourable Speaker, the Department supports municipalities and builds resilience and capacity through various disaster risk reductions and capacity building projects. To strengthen the provincial institutional arrangement, the Provincial Disaster Management Advisory Forum meetings adopted a hybrid approach to facilitate collaboration, coordination and partnerships while minimizing travel costs. The advisory forum meetings aim to advise on impending risks and integrate efforts to reduce the impact of disasters. The department also provides support to municipalities in updating or developing disaster management and seasonal plans that integrate preparedness and response. In a further demonstration of our commitment, the department provides financial support to district municipalities and municipalities to build disaster management and fire services capacities through various programs, namely enabling them to appoint 7 disaster management interns. As the province continues to face the challenges of compound disasters, there is an increased need for well-funded disaster management functions at the local level. This is critical to effectively planning and responding to disaster incidences and minimize the impact on our communities, critical infrastructure, as well as the environment. I thank you.
I now recognize the Honourable Member who posed the question. Do you have a follow-up, Honourable Bryant?
Afternoon, Deputy Speaker. And thank you to the Minister for that very, very comprehensive response. Minister, just to follow on from your response, in cases where municipalities are financially distressed and are unable to respond effectively to disasters, what role can the provincial government play in stepping in to assist them to avert potential humanitarian or infrastructural crises?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the follow-up. It's a very important question. It's something that we grapple with a lot because normally the financial distress municipalities is also less dense. Our population growth, our economic growth areas, City of Cape Town, Stellenbosch, Drakenstein, George, Mossel Bay, Saldanha Bay, those municipalities. It's also those municipalities that need a lot of resources so that we can protect lives as well as property, because if a disaster hits them, obviously it's dense, so to move people around becomes crucial. But it's also for us very important during our, or let me just give a step back. I think what we've done successfully was also to pull together a risk profile of the province and a risk register so that we can understand the kinds of risks that we need to prepare for and to deal with longer term. So we've started with Climate Change 2010, the preparedness, the training of staff, etc. And today we can see the impact of climate change and how we actually need to scale up and step up. We're far from where we should be, but if we haven't done it, we would have lost a lot of lives. Then in 2014, we've started with an international grouping with international training on building collapse. And I think people thought, are we mad? Why do you do that? Because normally our province are prone for fires and floods. But when the George building collapsed, you could have seen the investment, international training, investing in equipment as well as in people. And through that investment, we've saved a lot of lives, and we can stand very proud and be very proud of our disaster management and rescue workers. On your smaller municipality, I think before I get to the smaller municipalities, it's also important to understand our transport corridors, the N1, the N2. If you drive those roads, you will see more and more you get petroleum and chemical trucks, etc., and something that we're very worried about. So we've started a hazmat team for the N1, and we're now busy building the hazmat team for the N2. And through that, you also build capacity in your smaller towns along that corridor, like in Laingsburg and Prince Albert and Beaufort West, which will be the main hub for the unit, as well as on the N2. Directly to the municipalities, to the smaller capacity municipalities, since 2015 we've started, 2015 with the project where our own disaster management people design a smaller kind of fire truck, and they build it in modules so that if the truck is in an accident, that you can just replace the module on the truck. And also it's a normal Isuzu or Ford or Dutch truck that you can service within the smaller town, so that they don't have to send the truck all the way to Cape Town to get it serviced, etc. And we as a province, our disaster management people with the City of Cape Town designed those trucks, and we then started to budget for that. So from the period around about 2015 to 2020, we've provided 62 fire trucks to smaller municipalities, to municipalities where there was an urgent need. And also around about 20 of those fleet were buckies, because as we started to roll out the smaller trucks, we also realized that you actually need a smaller vehicle to get quicker to households, because these smaller towns, they're also further away from big towns, so you need capacity within those municipalities. So we then started with the bucky concept with a very good pump, and if they can connect, they can get very quickly to a household, etc. Unfortunately, with COVID, we had to stop in around about 2001 with that program, but being able to help the municipalities to build that 60 trucks capacity throughout this province helped us also with the relationship between the municipalities, the MOU, to understand that when your municipality is in trouble, you can rely on a neighboring municipality to come and support you. That was crucial for us to get that right. And I think we've built that capacity through working with the smaller municipalities and the City of Cape Town. We also use the expertise within the City of Cape Town and the secondary cities for training and getting people in from smaller municipalities, because looking back around about 2010, I think 15% of the firemen were trained and had the right skills within this province. And none of us will want to take the responsibility. We never want to lose a rescue worker, but the responsibility is on our shoulders to at least see to it that they get the right training and the right equipment to do their jobs, because they save our lives. So I think through these systems, we've built a lot of goodwill, a lot of capacity within the smaller municipalities, and obviously we're under financial strain, and it's going to be difficult because government must find the right balance, but we need to keep on investing in our people and helping and supporting our smaller municipalities, because population growth puts pressure on the system as well as economic growth, and we committed to keep on building this capacity within the province. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I see the Honourable Nkondlo.
Minister, in light of, I think, this question about responding to potential disasters and your response, which is more, I think, building capacity to treat when the disaster is there, one is interested to check whose role is to actually do disaster mapping that will actually assist more forecasting and forward planning, to rather prevent than actually build capacity to have to deal with these disasters in these municipalities. Thanks.
Honourable Deputy Chair, I hope I got the question right, because we do both. Obviously, you can do as much as possible to prevent any disaster, but when climate change hits us, it will hit us. We will never have all the resources in the world, but we do communicate a lot, and our municipalities understand it through our various training programs, etc., that for instance, the winter clearing program. Before every winter we send it out, they clear their stormwater, they get ready for it. And yes, we can say, but in some instances it didn't work. It's also to do with education of the public, because in some stormwater areas, in Drakenstein especially, double bed mattress was thrown in the stormwater, and that blocked the stormwater, and then it causes chaos. But also with working with institutions like weather services. And I can tell you that I'm worried as I stand here, because over the years we also neglected to invest in weather services. So we're busy talking to our national government to see how we can start to invest in weather services, because also it's important for us to manage fires when we enter into a difficult fire season. Remember last December, 9,000 fires, burning over 130,000 hectares. It's huge. And to be ready for that, you actually need very accurate weather predictions. Wind conditions play a huge role, especially in our mountainous areas. If the rescue workers don't know when the wind is going to change, their lives under huge pressure or risk. And so I'm very worried that we haven't over the years, and that we will need to now step up through the Government of National Unity to get together and say, listen, it's time that we do rebuild the capacity of predictions. And then obviously in our department, we do a lot in the disaster center, and I think the Standing Committee visited the center. We plot where the high-risk areas are, and we prepare for that. So we will hire in resources. It will be around about 8 helicopters and 4 planes. We will hire them in, and we've got 36 landing strips throughout the province where we will place them according to pre-data that will tell us last year this area burned, so it's most likely it won't burn this year. So we take the older vegetation and we put the planes closer to those areas, because it's all about responding times, etc. So there's various aspects. But again, I think the Standing Committee visited the centre, and I think they've got a very good sense on how we manage and how we plan for this. Also on flooding, if they've designed it, and the systems that I think we can all be proud of, because our own people designed it, our own IT in the disaster centre also designed a system that if weather services tells us that they expect 50 millimeters of rain tomorrow in Drakenstein, we can plot it in, put it in a computer, and it will plot you exactly which areas you must vacate because it's going to flood. It also helps the municipalities to protect their infrastructure. They can remove pumps, etc. that stands within that. Obviously, with our scenarios and our informal settlements that's close to watercourses, there's still a huge risk, and it's a long-term program that we'll need to put on the table to safeguard their lives as well. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair.
Thank you so much. That is the end of questions for oral reply. Outstanding replies will be printed in Hansard. We will now afford political parties to provide the House with a member statement. I will recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Over the past weeks, we have heard much regarding budget shortfalls, both within our province and across the national and provincial spheres. It has become clear that our province is severely shortchanged by national government, and that our frontline services tend to suffer as a result. There is a definite limit to what our province and our country can afford, and yet we see national government continuing to forge ahead with policies and priorities which we simply cannot justify financially. As the Standing Committee Chairperson of Health, I am deeply concerned regarding the implementation of the National Health Insurance Act and what it will do to our province financially. A recent report from the United Kingdom indicated that that country's National Health Service will require an additional £38 billion per year to continue, a figure that equates to a staggering 883 billion rand. While not directly comparable, this figure gives some idea of the cost of the model national government hopes to introduce to our country. a cost which even wealthy countries cannot afford. Today, I urge all members of this House to join me in asking national government to consider the effect which this disastrous policy will have on our doctors, nurses, and patients. Universal health coverage is a noble goal, but not if it collapses the very system which is designed to support. The National Health Insurance Act in its current form is not a means to get South Africa to universal health coverage. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Boyson. I note the ANC.
Eerbare Speaker, hierdie week het ek die geleentheid gehad om met my collega eerbare Nyensoet te vergesel na Durbanville Kliniek. Die ontbrekende algemene publieke gesondheidsdienste in Klipheuwel en omliggende plaasgemeenskappe van Durbanville, Santekraal en Kraaifontein het sterk aan die lig gekom. Eerstens was die lyne verskriklik lang buite die kliniek en daar was nie veel beweging na binne nie. Ons ou mense, verswakte sorgpasiënte en kindertjies het vir ure gewag om basiese gesondheidsdienste te verkry. Hierdie verskynsel is geheel en al onaanvaarbaar. Ons mense verdien beter en het die reg tot tydige en toeganklike gesondheidsdienste sonder hierdie onnodige vertragings. Speaker, die oorsaak van hierdie uitdagings is as gevolg van die ernstige tekort aan gesondheidspersoneel. In Klipheuwel was dit skokkend om te verneem dat alle pasiënte net 1 keer per maand gesien word. Die tekort aan gereelde kliniekbesoeke onderwerp ons mense aan die risiko van snel agteruitgaande kondisie en dit is kritiek dat ons die erns van hierdie saak identifiseer, want mense se lewens is op die spel. Bygevoeg is die mobiele kliniek wat Klipheuwel dien 1 keer per maand sonder 'n dokter. En dat dit nie effektief genoeg is nie. Die mense wat werk deur die dag het nie toegang tot hierdie diens nie, want hulle werkgewers weier om hulle af te gee. Dit is veral 'n probleem vir diegene wat afhanklik is van kroniese medikasie. Hierdie mense is geforseer om dikwels lang afstande te reis, wat nie altyd prakties moontlik is nie. En ek kan lei dat hulle die ontvangs van maandelikse medikasie mis. En sodoende gaan hulle gesondheid agteruit en moontlik sterf van hulle. Eerbare minister van gesondheid, ek versoek u asseblief om dringende aksie te neem in die geval van Klipheuwel, Durbanville en Kraaifontein daghospitaal. Ons gemeenskappe verdien beter gesondheidsdienste. Ons benodig omvattende plan om die personeeltekort te benader, om personeel bywoning te verbeter en verskaf mobiele klinieke op 'n meer gereelde basis vir diegene wie dit die meeste nodig het. Kom ons werk saam om
your
seker
time
te maak
has
dat die
expired.
mense van
I have allowed,
Kraaifontein...
member, please be seated. I have allowed you to complete that sentence.
Thank you,
You are
Deputy
starting a new
Speaker.
sentence. I now recognize the PA.
Speaker, the current crisis in the Education Department highlights a dire need for attention and action, particularly regarding the lack of access for local learners to schools and their own communities. Today I want to bring to the forefront the stories of 2 young learners from Kraaifontein, Nayam Pinar and Carl Polse. Carl Polse, a 10-year-old, has never stepped foot inside a classroom due to limited space at the local school in his area. Similarly, Nayam Pinar, a 12-year-old, faced a significant challenge after the board of Jan Kriel School for Special Needs Learners deemed him capable of attending mainstream education. Despite living across the street from a school, he was denied admission because there was no space. This rejection came while foreign nationals were able to enroll their children in the same institution. Nayam's mother, struggling financially, was forced to place him in a private school and has since accrued over 30,000 in arrears. The legal department is now threatening to prevent Nayam from returning classes. The fees are paid clearly. A failure on the part of the Western Cape Education Department to support these learners. What steps can be taken to assist these learners and prevent similar situations from occurring in the future? Additionally, the influx of undocumented and illegal foreign nationals has placed enormous pressure on the system, leading to local learners being overlooked and denied access to schools.
The department must provide transparency on the criteria they use to determine the documentation status of foreign learners. Moreover, clarity is needed on the challenges the department is facing due to this growing issue and the impact it has on allocating resources and space to our own children. This is a call to action for immediate solutions to address the injustices faced by these learners and to ensure that local children are prioritized in the allocation of school placements. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the DA.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Tuesday's derailment of the Dal Yosafat station, where a metro rail train from Cape Town to Wellington went off the tracks, injuring about 25 passengers, has once again spotlighted the precious state of our rail infrastructure. While we are thankful there were no fatalities, this incident underscores the urgent need for action. Earlier this year, the DA highlighted the severe safety issues within our rail network, revealing that several passenger bridges and underground tunnels had been deemed unsafe. With repair costs nearing about 60 million rands, the uncertainty surrounding whether these essential repairs have been addressed further leaves commuters at risk. The recent extreme weather conditions have likely worsened the existing infrastructure problems. In light of these concerns, the DA calls for an immediate and comprehensive safety inspection of all rail infrastructure by the passenger rail agents of South Africa and Transnet. It is critical that PRASA and Transnet prioritize a full safety audit to ensure the safety and reliability of our rail services. Our citizens deserve dependable and secure public transport, and it is the responsibility of these agents to provide it. Should they fail to deliver, it is imperative that responsibility for rail services be devolved to local governments, equipped to manage and improve our rail infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbombo. I now see the EFF. I have two EFF members online. I see the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
You are audible, member.
Legislators would like to take this opportunity and condemn the DA-led City of Cape Town library situated in Philippi. The library and the other facilities, which include Ward Councillor's office and the community hall, were vandalized during the August 2023 taxi shutdown in the area, which led to the library being closed indefinitely. Windows remain broken while doors, books, computers, and electrical infrastructure. Speaker, the library mainly used by school learners for learning purposes, use the internet and computers to try and apply for jobs online. Without these resources, the community remains hopeless and learners' education remain negatively affected, and job seekers are beginning to lose hope as the majority of them cannot even afford to buy data or travel in order to submit their curriculum vitae to potential employers. Somlomo, the response coming from budget available to fix the library. This means that when the City Council drafted a new budget for the current financial year, the library was not even considered, even though the damage occurred in the previous financial year. While this municipality remained distasteful, it is not shocking to the EFF, as we know how much their leadership hate Black people and despise Black communities. The situation would have been different if a similar incident would have occurred in a library based in their suburbs dominated by white people. The municipality would have made provision to shift funds in the same financial year in order to accommodate the fixing of the library as a matter of urgency.
Member,
yes,
thank you.
Speaker?
Time has expired. Members, once again, as per the directives, I wish to echo that those that are participating online, it is the members' responsibility to ensure that they have a stable internet connection. I will now note the NCC.
You done?
For the members,
Thank you,
I
thank you,
recognize the
Deputy.
NCC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the NCC rises again to synthesize this august house of the shocking rise in teen suicide cases in the Western Cape. Speaker, as we speak, around about 10% of all teen deaths can be contributed to suicide. That means that 1 out of 10 teens passes away, die by their own inflicted deaths. Speaker, this alone is a shocking statistic. It's a huge concern in the public health environment. 20% of these suicide deaths is in the high school environment. Peer pressure, bullying, outside pressures is of a huge concern. Although it is very difficult to find the exact statistics, it is said that up to 23.5% of teens harbor suicidal ideas. Speaker, on the Cape Flats, we see this is a growing trend, and if you are lucky to survive, gang violence awaits you. Now, looking at the statement, this is an ever-growing problem, and we are sitting arms folded and watching its generation crumbles away. From January 1st, 2019 to 31st September 2021, a total of 2,188 suicides was recorded, and 90% of those can be contributed to mental health. The Western Cape Health Department shows that mental health uptake in hospitals is increasing year on year since 2018. As the NCC, we find this very concerning. Speaker, this is extremely worrying that a lurking disaster is so easily sidelined. Now, Speaker, if our kids is our future, this is a huge problem. We cannot allow this to continue. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I note the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, as the ANC, we welcome the recent arrest of Malusi Boyi, former DA Human Settlements Mayoral Committee member in the city of Cape Town, and he is co-accused, which include high-level gang flyers. This case uncovered a disturbing web of corruption and criminal enterprise involving prominent member of the DA, particularly concerning the extortion ring that has plagued an important industry in our economy, construction. In light of this development, the ANC calls for a commission of inquiry into the extortion and construction mafia in the Western Cape. The commission should look into the extent of the DA's involvement and the effectiveness of oversight mechanism in preventing such corruption in the city. The gravity of these allegations cannot be overstated. They indicate a well-orchestrated scheme to exploit the public sector for personal gain, undermining the trust that residents place in their elected officials and public servants. What is particularly alarming is the implication that this scheme was able to operate with apparent impunity, raising serious questions about the oversight and auditing processes in place. How did this corruption occur despite the DA-led City of Cape Town's acclaimed zero tolerance approach to fraud and corruption? How did they continue to receive clean audit after clean audit, earning praise for their fraud prevention and corruption measures in light of these realities? What exactly are internal control measures in the City of Cape Town, and what is the role of the Provincial Treasury in this provincial government and local government in ensuring such? What we ask, the role that the provincial department is playing, especially given MEC Bredel's swift action towards municipalities not governed by the DA. Are we witnessing complacency and partisan governance with the DA applying different scrutiny levels of municipality under its control compared to those under collusion ruled by other parties?
Thank you, Member. Your time has expired. I now see the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker. As we confront the growing urgency of the climate crisis, it's essential that local governments are not only heard, but actively shape the national response to climate change. The Presidential Climate Commission, or the PCC, now established as a statutory body under the new Climate Change Act, represents a critical platform for this engagement. Section 10 of the Act calls for a coordinated approach to climate change, ensuring that all levels of government, national, provincial and local, work together to mitigate the devastating effects of climate change. Local governments are at the forefront of this challenge. It's in our cities and towns that the impacts of climate change are felt most acutely, whether through floods, droughts, or increasingly erratic weather patterns. These are the communities that must adapt quickly, and it's local governments that are best positioned to implement responsive and context-specific strategies. Whether it's managing water security, improving infrastructure resilience, or reducing carbon footprints through local policy interventions, municipalities play a pivotal role in making South Africa climate resilient. In this regard, the role of the South African Local Government Association, or SALGA, in the PCC is crucial. By nominating mayors to represent local governments on the PCC, SALGA has made an important commitment to ensuring that the unique needs of municipalities are considered in national climate planning. These appointments ensure the voices of local governments are included when key decisions are made, especially when addressing the localized impacts of climate change. Inclusion of SALGA's representatives on the PCC underscores the importance of having diverse municipalities, whether large metros or smaller towns, contributing to the national climate dialogue. The leadership and innovation shown by many of our local governments across the country, especially in the Western Cape, in areas such as renewable energy, water management, and infrastructure resilience, highlight the capacity of municipalities to play a transformative role in shaping South Africa's climate future. But beyond this, it's a reminder that all municipalities, regardless of size or location, must have a seat at the table when decisions about South Africa's climate future are made. Climate change does not discriminate by geography, and our national strategy must reflect the diverse realities of urban and rural municipalities alike. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member. I now see the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus notes the City of Cape Town's proposed amendments to the municipal planning bylaw that creates extensive changes to the current processes. And we welcome the extension by the Mayor for the public to give additional inputs for 90 days up to the 25th of November. But the purpose of the amendment must ensure that the safeguarding of residents who fear for their safety whenever they object to proposed developments. There is a desperate need to develop much needed housing infrastructure which must be balanced with the right of residents to participate in the public participation process without fear and without retribution when they object to any development. The Western Cape government, in its oversight function, must ensure that municipalities, as powerful spheres of local government, avoid any policies or bylaws that will lead to a flawed or compromised public participation process. To which degree are municipal officials able to give independent opinions without political influence? Their opinions must be objective when it comes to certain developments, especially if it's going to affect the environment. And so it's important that this province, that is a growing province, must ensure that consideration for the natural environment must be a high priority as it impacts our tourism sector. We encourage ratepayers to make use of this opportunity to give their inputs, and that the Western Cape government will hold municipalities accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Al Jama'ah Party online.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The Indian Army Central Reserve Police Force and border security personnel have been accused of committing severe human rights abuses against Kashmiri civilians. According to the Human Rights Watch, these include mass killings, enforced disappearances, torture, rape and sexual abuse to political repression and suppression of freedom of speech. Freedom, fairness and diversity are values enshrined in our constitution, to which the DA confirms its commitment to constitutionality, rule of law, rights of individuals, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in social market economies. Western Cape over the years have built strong bilateral trade with India. Whilst committing to these values and principles, this province should view them as universal. Apart from violating general human rights, the Indian government has no regard for the rights of children. I quote President Nelson Mandela, who said, "We owe our children, the most vulnerable citizens in our society, a life free from violence and fear." In its functions of forming strategic partnerships with provincial governments around the world, this House has a responsibility to address matters of human rights violations. The House, through the required channels of protocol and etiquette, play a role in promoting calls on India to end the hostilities, commit to human rights, and to end its illegal occupation of Kashmir. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Brinkhuis. I see the ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP in the Western Cape opposes the ballot bill that was signed into law. It is our contention that the Act in its current form fails our nation. The ACDP has spoken out against the ballot bill at every opportunity. We've marched, we picketed, and we even made our voices heard in the public hearings. But it seems all in vain. Public signing of the bill makes a political statement that the ANC can flex its political muscle and force flawed legislation into law. Deputy Speaker, President Cyril Ramaphosa, by the very act of postponing clauses 4 and 5 for 3 months, concedes that the basic education law amendment is flawed. It is our view that these clauses undermine the constitutional rights of our people. Children belong to the parents and not the state. This bill seeks to criminalize parents. This bill also is high-handed, top-down approach to the language policy. The bill seeks to reduce the powers of the SUBs. Deputy Speaker, our education system needs clear-sighted and well-planned policies to take learners and educators along a path that assures quality education for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Christians. I see the Good Party.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today in the National Assembly, the DA has sponsored an important debate, which we support, that the proposed national electricity tariff increase of 36% on top of the 4% recovery charge is unaffordable and should be resisted. But it smacks of opportunism and hypocrisy for the DA to campaign against national tariff hikes at the same time as it is fighting in the High Court for the right to implement higher tariff increases than those set by the regulator, as it has done in Cape Town for the past 2 years. In the 2022 financial year, NERSA approved a 7.4% tariff increase, but Cape Town implemented a 9.6% increase. In 2023 financial year, NERSA approved a 15.1% increase, but the city implemented a 17.6% tariff hike on top of its hiked price from the previous year. Cape Town's overcharges have unlawfully forced residents to cough up at least 660 million rand extra over the past 2 years. If the DA loses against NERSA in the High Court, the city will have to refund this money to residents, who are incidentally funding the litigation, arguing for the city's right to charge them more. This is more or less equivalent to motorists funding a court action demanding the right to pay more for petrol. Instead of waiting for the court's decision, the city could demonstrate that it is genuinely concerned about residents' plight by pulling the plug on the litigation and refunding its overcharges now. It has the cash reserves in the bank to do so. Given the economic constraints in the country and the levels of unemployment and poverty, citizens, including those in Cape Town, should not be charged a cent more than is necessary for electricity. The municipal funding model allowing municipalities to generate profit from marking up electricity prices must be rethought. If municipalities can charge whatever they wish for electricity, more and more South Africans will return to living in the dark. Instead of moving forward, the developing state will be reversing back to the era of apartheid electricity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Heron. I now see the DA.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape is proud to announce that the DA-led Prince Albert municipality has obtained an unqualified audit opinion for the 22-23 financial year. The Auditor General of South Africa issued the unqualified opinion following an audit of the municipality's financial statements, annual performance report, and compliance with legislation. We congratulate Mayor Linda Jacquet and a dedicated team of DA councillors for this achievement. The audit outcome indicates that the municipality is in capable hands with sound financial management and proper internal controls. However, it's worth noting that the municipality narrow missed out on a clean audit opinion. The AGSA found that the administration had not fully complied with relevant legislation, as they neglected to upload the final version of the 22-23 annual report on the municipality's website within the required time frame. While this unqualified audit opinion is still a significant achievement, the DA and the residents of Prince Albert look forward to the municipality building on this success. We encourage the administration to strive for continuous improvement with a goal of achieving a clean audit in the coming financial year. It is fundamental for residents to experience the benefit of improved financial management through the provision of effective and efficient service delivery. A clean audit should not only be reflected in the financial statements, but should translate into tangible improvements in the daily lives of our community. The commitment to excellence in governance and service delivery will further benefit our community and reinforce public trust in our government. I thank you.
Order, members. Members, we are approaching a subject for discussion still on the order paper. I have noted at least 3 particular members who is consistently running commentary. I would then at this particular stage caution against that. Although interjections are allowed, the running commentary should cease moving forward. I will now allow members of the executive in terms of Rule 1546 and give them an opportunity for no more than 5 minutes collectively should they wish to respond to any of the member statements. I see Minister Wenge at this time.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I welcome the recognition by the Honourable Member that the healthcare sector is indeed under severe pressure, and a lack of personnel is as a direct result of austerity and an underfunded wage agreement, which was nationally negotiated, and despite assurances, even by the then Minister of Health, was not forthcoming, and we were shortchanged by approximately 30% of the cost. But, Deputy Speaker, the problem is much deeper than that, and I do think we must have a conversation about how the health sector in South Africa is funded generally. As we speak, per capita health funding for South Africans in 2023 is less than what it was in 2017, which means the sector as a whole is being underfunded. The Western Cape, as it is the province that has one of the highest proportion of its budget spent on health, so we're giving it absolutely everything that we've got. But we do have a growing population, and we do need the funding to the Western Cape to be increased to be able to service the population in the way that they need and the way that they deserve. In respect of the specific complaints that the Honourable Member raised, and if she would perhaps listen, then I'd be able to provide the response. We do have a complaint.
Honourable Members, have you concluded, Minister? No. Honourable Members, just prior to the Minister using the option in terms of 145.6, I cautioned against the running commentary. We have stopped the clock outside. Please let us allow the Minister in order to respond in this particular segment. I now see the Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We do have a codified complaints mechanism, and I would ask the member to please submit that complaint formally to us so that we can investigate the specifics that were raised. I have also provided those details to the Standing Committee. Also, I'd like to share with the House that we do have a fixed wellness site in Klipjewil, which is run by an NPO partner, and that's open every day. Chronic medicines are delivered to this wellness site, and chronic meds are also available on the mobile unit. I'd also be happy to share with the House that we are currently working on expanding the service package offered by the mobile clinic, and I hope this to be in operation or available within the next 6 months for the Klipjewil community.
Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the colleague for highlighting the matter of the libraries. It's something that is close to our heart as Western Cape Government. I'd like to inform our colleagues that I know our city is working very hard to restore that service. Strikes are horrible, and it's during this period that there are hooligans and criminal elements in our communities that are burning down public services, and we should all condemn it. But I want to assure the member there are 2 other libraries in the vicinity, which is Philippi East Library and Crossroads Libraries, that are fully operational and functional. And whilst the city is busy working on fixing the other library that must be open for the community, we would encourage the member to ask the communities in the meantime to make use of the other 2 fully functional libraries, which is within 1.1 kilometer and 2 kilometers by a simple Google search on Google Maps. But in the meantime, I know my colleagues in the city will be working hard to fix the other library. But the bigger issue is the criminal elements in our community taking advantage and looting and burning public infrastructures, and those are the ones we should all condemn and get rid of our communities and put them in jail. Thank you.
I now see Minister Bartman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, without having received too much information on the particular court case, I believe the court case is referring to the NERSA and the AfriForum 1, so I will respond on that particular matter. AfriForum took NERSA to court because NERSA imposed guideline requirements on municipalities for costs of supply for their respective energy tariffs. So some municipalities across the country submitted according to the NERSA requirement, which is the guideline, and some submitted a cost of supply which is higher than the requirement that NERSA gave. AfriForum won the court case against NERSA, and what the court essentially said is you must go back and you must submit a cost of supply study. Now across the country, some municipalities already had a cost of supply study, so NERSA then approved the cost of supply study, and the purpose of a cost of supply study is exactly in the name, is to cover the cost of the supply. Now, because of what happened on that court case, the judgment was on the last Friday of that particular month, when the municipalities across the Western Cape had to implement their new tariffs on the Sunday. So municipalities, some of them only got their letters on the weekend when they couldn't necessarily increase or decrease their respective tariffs. And what happened is these municipalities that run the risk of losing their revenue. The Provincial Treasury is currently assisting Kannaland, Cederberg, Hesselco, Oudtshoorn and Prince Albert with their cost of supply studies, and also the City of Cape Town subsidized electricity tariffs, and is currently the lowest of all metros in the whole country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, members. That is the end of member statements. In terms of Rule 151, all notices of motion by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing on the order paper. These motions have duly been submitted and published on the order paper below the line. We will now deal with Rule 150 and move to motions without notice. I would like to inform each member that in terms of the Standing Rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolences, congratulatory were submitted to the Programming Authority prior to the plenary on the 17th of September 2024. Members are also reminded that motions without notice pertaining to congratulatory and condolence will not be allowed in this sitting that have not been processed by the Programming Authority. I've also been informed that the Programming Authority meeting on the 17th of September 2024, political parties did submit the names of honourable members in the desired order of speaking and who had wished to move a motion without notice in the sitting of the House. I will therefore, just for noting and for the purposes of the minutes, call out the honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved. The following members' motions have been approved by the Programming Authority as follows. The Honourable Jacobs, the Honourable Brinkhuis, the Honourable Bart Bosman, and the Honourable Walters. I now put these motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of proceedings and in Hansard in each individual member's name as if the member had read it out aloud. I will now afford opportunity to members to move motions without notice as per Standing Rule 1502D. This could also include motions without notice that were not approved in the Programming Authority meeting. Members are reminded that a 30 minutes as per Standing Rule 1502D will start now. I recognize the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House to welcome advances in technology and condemn crime in the stronger terms. Ever-present crime has diminished the convenience of ATMs. Most ATMs are situated in shopping malls where there is a sense of security. ATMs fraud is an ever-present threat. Many an unexpected victim has had their accounts emptied by fraudsters. I am sure that all of us know of someone who has fallen victim to unscrupulous scammers. Some are robbed in shopping mall parking lots of the withdrawal they have made at the ATM. Cash in transit heists, particularly of vehicles that serve ATM, raises a fear factor of withdrawing cash. Because of this, some clients withdraw cash when shopping at supermarkets. Contributing factors for the decline in ATM numbers are sporadic violence and ATM bombings. Some banks do not replace ATMs that have been bombed. Over the past 5 years, major banks have closed ATMs across the country. This is largely due to reduced demand of cash in transactions. The numbers of ATMs countrywide have declined from 33,171 in 2019 to 28,967 in the 23-24 year. ABSA had the most ATMs in 2019 that closed amount almost 3,500 of its ATMs. Standard Bank moved from 9,321 into 6,200 over the last 5 years. The closure of ATMs in the country will escalate exponentially as crime increases. Crime robs our nation of peace that is promised to us by our God. It is the prayer that all like-minded citizens that crime will be eradicated through our unity against crime. I thank you. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is no objections. Agreed to. I now see the Honourable Lithakong.
Thank you, Somlomo. I move without notice for the House to note that on Friday, 13 September 2024, uMongameli welizwe usayine ngokusemthethweni iBela Bill. I think le imove ufuneka welcome as South African zonke. Further note that the purpose of this Bela Act is to respond to administrative challenges which continue to face schools in the country, as well as transforming our basic education system. The good thing about this new piece of legislation is that it makes the grade R compulsory, as well as giving power to provincial heads of department to have a final say when it comes to administering language policy in schools, a function previously reserved to school governing bodies and which was abused. In the past, SGBs from former Model C school would use language such as Afrikaans as the only medium of instruction in schools as a gatekeeping mechanism so that they can exclude the majority of African learners from being admitted in those schools. We hope that the president would not be held at ransom by certain political parties and organizations incorporating the outstanding provisions of this act into law after the 3-month period. I so move, Somloma. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now see the Honourable Kasim.
Thank you. I move without notice for the House to note that on Tuesday, the 17th of September, a train derailed in Paarl carrying between 300 to 400 passengers, where 25 of those passengers sustained moderate to serious injuries. Further note that some passengers complained that throughout its journey from Cape Town and destined for Wellington, that the train kept making unusual sounds in between its carriages, signaling that something was not right. Further call on the Passenger Railway Agency of South Africa and Transnet to remove all old and aging yellow trains from its fleet, and to make sure that the rail lines are properly maintained at all times for the safety of our people, and conclude by wishing a speedy recovery to all injured passengers who are still recovering in various hospitals, as well as those who are discharged, and call for a thorough investigation with regards to what caused the accident and for those responsible to be held accountable. Thank you.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I now see the Honourable Bryant.
I hereby move without notice that the House notes the positive steps being taken to establish an African penguin colony on the De Hoop Nature Reserve, and note further that the African penguin is an endangered species and that it's under severe threat of extinction. Further note that the African penguin is a big tourist attraction amongst eco-tourists, and that the House urge all South African nature authorities to prioritise efforts to save this indigenous and rare penguin from extinction.
Motion being agreed to in the House? No objection. Agreed to. I now see the Honourable Nkwensu.
I move without motion that House notes with deep sadness the accident that occurred on Tuesday, 17 September in Josephsburg Park, where a commuter train derailed, resulting in several commuters sustaining injuries and others being trapped in the train coaches. Commend the emergency services for their swift and efficient response, as well as the dedication of the health care workers at Park District Hospital and other medical facilities who are providing care to the injured. Extends heartfelt wishes for a speedy recovery to all affected commuters and calls on the railway safety regulator to conduct a thorough investigation into the circumstances leading to this accident, focusing mainly on uncovering the root causes of the accident and to prevent a future occurrence and ensure the safety of all rail commuters. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's no objections. Agreed to. I now see again the Honourable Nkwensu.
The House notes with deep concern and condemns in the strongest terms possible the attempt by the City of Cape Town to dismiss 47 law enforcement advance plan officers without following due process. It notes further that this action is particularly alarming given that the cases of about 108 LEAP officers who were unfairly dismissed earlier this year are still pending before the Bargaining Council. I appreciate the leadership role of SAMO as it continues to challenge this unjust dismissal, particularly by the anti-worker DA-led City of Cape Town. Acknowledges that the fighting capacity of SAMO will reveal the underlying political rationale behind the treatment of LEAP officers and how they are exploited, calls for the immediate reinstatement of the 108 LEAP officers and demand that the city abandon the planned unfair dismissal of the 47 officers, accepts that the continued unfair dismissal of these vulnerable LEAP officers suggests a double standard on the part of the city, contradicting its assertion that LEAP officers are essential and effective in combating crime in Cape Town. Reiterates calls for JP Smith to be summoned to appear before the committees to account about the implementation of the Western Cape Plan, which continues to be a big, expensive failure, and further calls on the DA-led City of Cape Town to come clean on this LEAP officers project. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Are there no objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I again see the Honourable Nkwensu.
Notice that notes and extend its heartfelt congratulations to Comrade Yashin Pillay, the Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority, CEO, for his outstanding leadership in the achievement of a clean audit. Notes further with great admiration that his stewardship, SHEDA has not only met but surpassed its target, as evidenced by the Clean Audit Award. I appreciate Comrade Pillay's recent statement that clean audits must translate into sustainable livelihoods, which acknowledges SHEDA's commitment to sustainable livelihoods through exemplary governance and impactful skills development. Commends Yashe, a communist, for his dedication to enhancing the quality of life through job creation and skill development, as evidenced by the creation of about 7,893 jobs, the support provided to 630 entities in the small, medium, and micro enterprises sector, and training of about 2,286 artisans, which the testament to his effective leadership. Extends congratulations to Yashin Pillay and the entire team for their unwavering dedication and exceptional performance, hoping that their achievements will inspire the DA-led administration, the Western Cape Provincial Government, and various municipalities to understand that clean audits are not mere a celebration of compliance, but a stepping stone towards continued performance and positive impact on our communities and country. And appreciate that Pillay's exemplary leadership is a demonstration that the ANC and the ACS will continue to produce cadres by excellence. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I now see the Honourable Vin Vogel. Order members, Honourable Vin Vogel, are you able to take your seat?
Honourable Deputy Chief Whip. I rise in terms of Rule 156. I have a proposed amendment to the motion. Deputy Speaker.
You put it.
Excuse me, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, you may put it to the House.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we rise to object to the motion without notice proposed by Honourable Vin Vogel, as it does not fully reflect the steps that have already been taken by this House, particularly the Standing Committee on Social Development, to address the issue of a tax on social workers and other government employees. We propose the following amendments in terms of Rule 156 to ensure a more accurate representation of the current situation and to emphasize the urgency of action from the national government. Deputy Speaker, the amended motion that the House notes with deep concern the alarming rise in extortion targeting social workers and other government employees operating in vulnerable communities in the Western Cape. Notes further that the recent incidents in Delft where social workers were threatened and the recent series of hijackings involved wastewater vehicles operated by the City of Cape Town highlight the urgent need for action. Furthermore, this House recognizes that the Standing Committee on Social Development has unanimously agreed to approach the National Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to declare these attacks on social workers as an attack on the state. We have written to the National Minister 4 times on the 21st of August, the 28th of August, the 9th of September and the 18th of September 2024, yet we have not received any response from the National Minister. This House therefore calls on the National Minister to urgently address this request. Finally, this House condemns the senseless attacks on government officials whose continued targeting not only endangers their lives, but also negatively impacts the communities they rely on for these vital services. Decisive action is needed to protect government officials who dedicate their lives to serving the most vulnerable amongst us. I so move, Honourable Deputy Speaker, in terms of Rule 156.
Thank you so much. Members of the House have duly noted that particular submission. I will now go to motion number 8. I will afford Member Vin Vogel to read out her motion. should she take into account any particular amendments to be made, but the House will ultimately decide whether it objects or approve. I will now see the Honourable Van Vogel.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the House notes with deep concern the alarming rise in extortion, targeting social workers and other government employees operating in vulnerable communities in the city of Cape Town. Notes further that the recent incidents in Delft, where social workers were threatened, and the recent series of hijacking involving waste services vehicles operated by the city of Cape Town highlight the urgent need for action. And we recognize the continued targeting of government officials not only endangers their lives, but also negatively impacts the communities that rely on their vital services. We condemn these senseless attacks on government officials and call for decisive action to protect government officials who dedicate their lives to serve the most vulnerable amongst us. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
Honourable Speaker, there was an amendment proposed in terms of Rule 156 to the motion.
That particular rule, 156, deals directly to that particular motion needing to be delivered in writing. And it needs to be signed and delivered to the table staff. We have not, as the table staff, received any particular motion in writing with an amendment.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Then we propose that the motion be declined, and we can come back to that motion at a later stage.
Members, I've already indicated and asked the question, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I will now see the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we move that the House notes that on September the 12th, 2024, a well-coordinated intelligence-driven operation conducted by the SEPS Maitland Flying Squad in collaboration with Provincial Crime Intelligence, the Stock Theft Unit, and the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries resulted in the confiscation of 3,281 units of dry abalone and 1,359 units of wet abalone, with a combined estimated street value of 1.4 million, and the arrest of 4 suspects aged between 19 and 33 in Skapkral, Philippi. Appreciates that the successful seizure of abalone, along with the equipment used for its processing and 3 vehicles, demonstrates the effective and dedicated efforts of SEPS members in combating illegal activities, and welcome these arrests and extend our commendations to the SAPS for their diligent work and their commitment to addressing and disrupting illegal practices in our communities. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognise Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I move that the House notes with deep concern the recent surge in criminal activities within Table Mountain National Park, including markings on hiking trails, break-ins, and theft from vehicles, which have negatively impacted the park's reputation and raised alarms about public safety. Notes further that the incidents of crime have become more frequent in 2023 and 2024, affecting both local visitors and international tourists, and posing a significant risk to Cape Town's global image as a safe and welcoming destination. Recognizes the vital role of TMNP, that is the Table Mountain National Park, in the local economy, with Sun Parks, the managing authority earning approximately 300 million annually from park activities and events, including from events such as the RMB Ultra Trail, Cape Town, scheduled for November the 22nd to November the 24th, 2024, which bring significant economic benefits, including an estimated 50 million rand boost to the local economy, and calls on the provincial government, the City of Cape Town and SANParks to take immediate and visible action to address the increase in crime, enhance communication about safety measures, and ensure the effective implementation of security improvements so that you continue our thriving tourism industry in the province. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognise the Honourable Windvogel.
Speaker, I move without notice that the House notes with deep concern and condemns in the strongest possible term the recent display of the Ukrainian flag at the Cape Town City Hall on Ukraine Flag Day. Notes further that this was a desperate and reprehensible act that disrespects the legacy of Nelson Mandela and undermines South African sovereignty. Because with the sentiments expressed by Lindile, I concur with the sentiment expressed by Lindiwe Sisulu, who condemns this incident as an example of performative white supremacy and an attempt by Ukrainian nationalists to exploit a historical significant location of their own agenda. We recognize that the Cape Town City Hall is a site of immense historical importance, symbolizing the end of apartheid and the birth of a new democratic area in South Africa, and that its use in this context diminishes the secret memory associated with Nelson Mandela's first public address following his release from prison in 1999. Accepts that this action of the Ukrainian Association of South Africa in facilitating this display was distasteful and disrespectful to our national sovereignty, and that such acts threaten to undermine the historical significance of our momentum and institutions, which should serve as a reminder of our struggle for freedom and justice, and calls for the implementation of appropriate measures to prevent similar incidents in the future and to safeguard the integrity of our historical site. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Windvogel. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Order members. Honourable members, I wish to remind you that as part of the parliamentary process, you will have an opportunity to object if you do not agree with the content or the motion itself. Can I please ask that when a member is on the floor, that you afford that member an opportunity to deliver his or her motion in terms of the rules. I move on to Honourable Lekker. In the absence of Honourable Lekker, I move on to Honourable Windvogel.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes the decision by the Western Cape Department of Education to impose sanctions of a restorative nature on the learners involved. The recent incident at Pinelands High School, where a video surfaced depicting coloured learners selling off their African peers as slaves. Notes further and welcome this approach, which include participation in workshops, learning programs, and community service, with the aim to foster a deeper understanding of the incident impact and promote personal growth. Appreciates that the sanctions have been supported by the parents and learners involved, including the victims, and that the school has demonstrated a commitment to promoting non-racialism and diversity. Support the use of restorative justice measures as a means to address and rectify instances of racial misconduct, and endorsing continued efforts to educate students on the importance of respect and diversity, and encourage the ongoing dialogue and education within schools and communities to prevent further incidents of racism and promote a culture of inclusivity and understanding. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Windvogel. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Syed.
Honourable Speaker, I rise without notice that the House notes and welcomes the recent petition titled "The Petition to the Premier, Release Tafelberg for Social Housing," now initiated by Reclaim the City and the NU. Notes further that the petition, which advocates for the use of the Tafelberg site for social and affordable housing, particularly for domestic workers who serve in the area, has gathered over 60 signatures, supports the call for the Tafelberg site to be handed over to the City of Cape Town for development into much-needed social housing units, and acknowledges that this petition aligns with the broader goal of addressing spatial segregation, socio-economic exclusion that have persisted since the end of apartheid, and calls for a comprehensive and inclusive approach to spatial redress in the City of Cape Town, which includes the development of affordable housing in central areas that have historically been excluded from such initiatives. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Syed. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the House notes and welcomes the recent joint inspection operation carried out at Babel Restaurant in Manlin and Ocean Basket, which revealed both establishments owe their workers over 1.3 million in unpaid wages, and the serious non-compliance with the National Minimum Wage Act and other employment regulations, condemns in the strongest terms the gross violations of labour laws and the exploitation of workers by Babel Restaurant and Ocean Basket, including failure to pay minimum wages, non-compliance with UIF and compensation fund regulations, and abusive employment practices, and commends the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigation, the Hawks, the Department of Labour, Home Affairs and the Bargaining Council for their decisive action in uncovering these violations and their commitment to holding the offending employers accountable, while recognizing Ocean Basket's public statement refuting these reports, urges that both Babel Restaurant and Ocean Basket be compelled to immediately pay all outstanding wages owed to their workers and to rectify all non-compliance issues by adhering to minimum wage laws and other employment regulations, encourages all Western Cape workers who experience unfair labor practices to report such incidents, to come forward and report these matters to the nearest Labour Department so that their complaints can be taken seriously and addressed urgently, urges the national government to take stronger measures to ensure that all companies adhere to minimum wage regulations and other labour protections, thereby safeguarding the rights and livelihoods of all workers, and calls on the national government to implement more rigorous and frequent inspection of companies, especially in the Western Cape, to ensure compliance with labour laws and to address violations promptly. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections. Agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Syed.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Speaker, I move without notice that the House notes and welcomes the recent decision by the Stellenbosch University Council to close the Wilgenhof residence and reimagine it as a new male residence that will align with the modern values and compliance standards. Notes further that the decision to close this residence in its current format was a necessary and commendable step that is addressing and rectifying past issues related to the unacceptable practices, that is relating to the unacceptable practice and initiation like incidences, and acknowledges the university's commitment to ensuring that the renewed residence will uphold and embody the principles of transparency, respect, inclusivity. This includes a decisive break from the problematic customs such as the vleisfees and the nachtligte, and a commitment to aligning with the Department of Higher Education and Training policy on minimum norms and standards for student housing at public universities, commends the Stellenbosch University's proactive approach in engaging with current Wilgenhof residents, student leaders, and other stakeholders to shape the future of the residents and supports the university's decision to consider proposals for the new name of the residents and to engage with relevant stakeholders regarding visual redress initiatives, as this approach demonstrates a commitment to acknowledging and addressing the legacy of the old residents while fostering a positive and inclusive environment moving forward. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Said. Honourable members, are there any objection to the motion being moved without notice? There is no objection. Motion agreed to. I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes and express its profound concern regarding the recent trench collapse at the intersection of Broadway Boulevard and Broadlands Road in Strand, where workers were engaged in the installation of the new Gordons Bay Rising pipeline. Notes further that this tragic incident led to 3 construction workers, one who was trapped in the sinkhole and the other 2. Commends the swift and courageous response of emergency service personnel, whose prompt actions were crucial in rescuing the trapped workers and transporting them to the hospital for medical attention. Welcomes the visit also of the ANC MPLs to the site as they sought to understand the causes of this accident and engage directly with the affected workers, and calls on the DA-led sub-council and ASLA, the company responsible for the construction project, to prioritize and strictly adhere to the highest safety standards to protect the welfare of all workers on site. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection, Honourable members, and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Order, members. Order. Honourable members. And that brings us to the end of the 30 minutes allotted for motions without notice. In the beginning of motions, the presiding officer would inform members that there's 30 minutes, whichever comes first, and all these interjections hinders your opportunity to deliver motions without notice. With that being said, that brings us to the end of motions without notice, and we move on to the subject for discussion in the name of the Honourable P. Petrus, as printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Petrus. Agbare Petrus.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, officials and citizens, I speak on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance. This is not an attack on the constitutional order of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament.
Honourable Petrus, please just bear with me. We are just want to make sure that your microphone.
Speaker, this is not an attack on the constitutional order of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. But what is the benefit and relevance of this constitution for the millions of destitute people in the province? The aim and objective of any constitution must be to give hope and change the lives of our people. This is not the case with this constitution. Speaker, as die Wes-Kaapse grondwet nie die ideale van ons mense verwesenlik nie, is dit nutteloos. Hierdie grondwet bring niks fundamenteel om die hoop van bruin, swart en opkomende blanke besighede te vervul nie. Ons mense is nog steeds uitgesluit van die grootste gedeelte van die ekonomie, het sy formeel of informeel. Ons kwalifiseer nie vir die groot kontrakte nie, maar ons doen die werk. Duisende mense van ons wag nog steeds op huise en op grond.
Ons onderwys staar 'n krisis in die gesig en so kan ons aangaan. Dieselfde probleme soos al die ander provinsies wat nie 'n eie grondwet het nie. Deur hierdie grondwet probeer ons 'n gevoel van andersheid kweek. Maar ons is glad nie anders nie, Speaker. Dit is hierdie grondwet wat toelaat dat onwettige immigrante geleenthede van ons mense steel. Ons is glad nie meer 'n koloniale verversingspos nie, maar deel van die Republiek van Suid-Afrika. Ons skree autonoom, maar as ons probleme het, blameer ons nasionale regering. Die vraag is, wil ons 'n agterdeur oophou vir afstigting? Die PA sal dit nie toelaat nie. Enige poging van afstigting sal ewig teëgestaan word. Speaker, skedule 4 en 5 van die nasionale grondwet gee vir ons reeds die funksies en werksaamhede van die verskillende regeringsvlakke. Die nasionale grondwet verleen reeds aan ons meganismes vir samewerkende regering. Alles in belang van ons mense en nasiebou. En hier verwys ek, Speaker, na hoofstuk 3, artikels 41 en ek haal aan A, die beginsels van regerings, van samenwerking en interregeringsbetrekkinge, dat die vrede, die nasionale eenheid en die onverdeelbaarheid van die republiek bewaar word, die welstand van die mense van die republiek verseker, in wederzijdse vertroue en goeie trou met mekaar saamwerk, vriendskaplike betrekkingen bevorder, mekaar help en ondersteun. Dit is wat die nasionale grondwet van ons vereis. Speaker, ons sal u ondersteun om sterk stelsels te vestig. Want 'n sterk stelsels wat ons hier het. Maar kom ons los die valse narratief dat hierdie grondwet ons beter maak as al die ander mense. Kom ons bou saam vir 'n verenigde Suid-Afrika en bemagtig ons inwoners wat vir jare benadeel was. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, agbare Petrus. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Economic Opportunities and Tourism, Minister Meyer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, honourable members of this House. I'm grateful to the Patriotic Alliance for bringing this topic, very crucial topic, to this House. This debate is of utmost importance as it will allow us to unpack historical and contemporary context. When there's noise, you create a new narrative. The thesis statement of this topic is that the debate of the honourable member believes that the Western Cape Constitution does not promote social cohesion. That's not the job of a constitution, that's the job of people. Yes. And so you and my behavior must promote social cohesion. Thank you, Speaker, for approving the topic of this debate in this House. My party, the Democratic Alliance, believes in constitutionalism and the rule of law. We believe in non-racialism. We believe in a social market economy. We believe in the protection of private property rights. And so, honourable members, Section 142 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa allow us to pass a constitution for any province where applicable and amend it by 2/3 majority. It is therefore a constitutional imperative. Section 143 of the National Constitution further determines that the provincial constitution must be consistent with a national constitution. Honourable members, Section 144 then further determines that once a provincial legislature passes, this body passes a provincial constitution, it must be submitted to the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court will then make a determination and certify it through the Constitutional Court. Honourable member, this ensures that the provincial constitution is compatible and in line with the provisions of the national constitution. Honourable member Petrus will appreciate that the amended text of the provincial constitution was certified by the Constitutional Court on the 18th of November 1997. From a constitutional, legal and technical point, the existence of the provincial constitution is therefore valid and a significant asset in this House. Honourable member who put this topic on the order paper or the subject for debate undertook, in terms of this constitution, an oath of office in line with the national constitution. Honourable members, when you take an oath of office, it is a solemn commitment and should not be taken lightly. During that oath, we all undertook to respect and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and all other laws of the Republic. Honourable member, you swore an oath to the Western Cape Provincial Constitution. You are a member of this House. If you want to distance yourself from the provincial constitution, you can do so. You can write to the Speaker and say, I am no longer bound by the oath that I took. I therefore would like you to consider my resignation with immediate effect. But, honourable member, I do not want, if you do not align yourself, you can distance yourself from this. But I do not want you to resign. You've been elected. I rather want you to apologize and learn to respect your oath with dignity. Social cohesion is the second important matter that you raise in your motion. Agbare lede, sosiale kohesie is vervat in die aanhef van die grondwet van die Republiek van Suid-Afrika. En ek haal aan, dis sosiale kohesie se konteks en ek haal aan uit die provinsiale grondwet. Die grondwet sê in diepe besef dat vrede, versoening en geregtigheid noodsaaklik is. In ons strewe om die ontwikkeling van die Weskaap en 'n beter lewensomstandighede gehalte vir al sy inwoners deur regverdige en doeltreffende regering te bevorder. Die konteks is dus reg. Verder sweer die Weskaapse provinsiale grondwet sweer getrouheid aan die nasionale grondwet. Dit verskyn, om die waarheid te sê, in die aanhef tot die grondwet. Not in the post-text, not in the text, in the pretext. And so it is clear that there is absolute consensus that this constitution is aligned. Die aanhef van die Weskaapse grondwet begin soos volg. En sluit af met God seën Suid-Afrika, Nkosi Sikelel' i-Afrika. God bless South Africa. So this notion that we don't want anything to do with South Africa is a false narrative. When there's noise, you change the narrative. Honourable Speaker, I don't want the Western Cape to succeed. I want South Africa to succeed. Mens bevorder sosiale kohesie deur 'n regverdige en doeltreffende regering daar te stel. Agbare lede van die Weskaapse provinsiale regering was voorheen gemeet aan die Impact Management Performance Assessment Tool, 4 indicators: strategiese beplanning, finansiële beplanning, menslike hulpbronbestuur en dienslewering. Die presidentsie het besluit hierdie kabinet in daardie 4 internasionale indikatore wat opgestel is. The office of the president says this cabinet, this government is the best in South Africa. Not us, not my words, from the office of the president. Jaar na jaar het die provinsie die beste gevaar. Jy bou en bevorder deur sosiale kohesie, deur goeie dienste te lewer aan die mense. Statistiek Suid-Afrika meet 4 goed elke jaar. Watervoorsiening, sanitasie, riool kwessies, vullisverwydering, elektrisiteitsvoorsiening. Jaar na jaar sê Statistiek Suid-Afrika, die Weskaap is die beste. Dis hoe jy sosiale kohesie met jou gemeenskap bevorder, want jy lewer dienste. Die visie van die Weskaap is om 'n regering te bou wat vertroue skep. That's the tool of social cohesion. When there's noise in politics, you are driven by a new narrative. And so, an election is a fundamental tool to decide who and where the trust level lies. The voters have spoken on the 29th of May. That is now history. Under the leadership of this Premier, he has continued to outperform all other provinces. Auditor General confirms that. While this happened under the leadership of the Premier, let us examine what happened under the performance of the Patriotic Alliance. The PA parachuted leaders into the Central Karoo, announcing with much fanfare job creation projects.
Honourable Minister,
bakery.
your time has expired. Please conclude.
I want to conclude. Honourable Member Lekker. I must conclude.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired. Please conclude.
I conclude, Honourable Speaker, with your permission. History will judge the Patriotic Alliance, and they will be on the wrong side of history because Beaufort West was told will become Dubai City. There's nothing left.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Before I recognize the Honourable Side, order members.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Side, you may continue.
Honourable Speaker, the fact that the powers of the provincial constitution of our beloved province must now be discussed in a debate reflects our growing concern with the DA's consistent push for policies that undermine the integrity of our country's national constitution. The Provincial Constitution of 1998, which we support and uphold, was adopted knowing full well that the law requires that it must remain fully aligned with the principles, mandate, spirit and letter of and subject to our National Constitution Act 108 of 1996, which is the supreme law of the land. The Constitution of South Africa establishes the foundation of a unitary state, where national, provincial, and local governments are bound by the same laws and principles. As representatives of the people, we are all bound by it, regardless of our political affiliations, ideology, or personal ambitions. At the heart of this particular debate, Speaker, is the fundamental question. What kind of province do we want to build, and how do we want to govern it? The DA's incessant calls for greater provincial autonomy and a form of federalism raises concerns about their commitment to national unity, social cohesion, and nation building. The success of the Western Cape is inextricably linked to the success of South Africa as a whole. History shows us that divided governance leads to fractured communities, increased inequality, and greater tension between different levels of government. Let us be clear. The ANC is committed to national unity because we know that a strong, united South Africa is the key to a successful Western Cape. Inclusive economic growth, social development, job creation are not possible in isolation. It is only in cooperation, synergy, and synchrony with national government, through shared resources and efforts that we will uplift our province. We are part of an interconnected economy, an integrated social fabric, and a shared future. Building walls around the Western Cape through populist, separatist policy rhetoric only hurts us in the long run. All of us in this House are required to be more deliberate and intentional to ensure that intergovernmental relations and cooperation between our national sphere of government and the Western Cape government, as well as this legislature and the houses of our national parliament envisaged by the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, are effective, strengthened, and optimized. Through an effective intergovernmental system, we can work more purposefully within the current constrained fiscal environment to attain our national and provincial development goals. At the core of this is at all times to uphold the normative principles of cooperative government through which decentralization of state power is enshrined in our Constitution. Scholars of public administration and management in our country, including L.P. Malan of the University of Pretoria School of Public Management, have established a formidable body of knowledge on the subject matter. As far back as 2012, in an authored article titled Intergovernmental Relations in South Africa, Malan wrote that this normative framework is not based on competitive federalism, but on the norms of cooperative governance. As leaders and representatives in this legislature, we cannot afford to be opportunistically selective about constitutionality in this province. Let us dispense of the obsession of devolution at all costs. Let us make the Western Cape a national leader that drives intergovernmental relations and cooperation to address issues of policy alignment, fiscal relations, integration, and harmonization in pursuing common objectives and a joint program of work. This lies at the heart of what it means to be a capable and developmental state. The reality, Speaker, is that our municipalities are the front line of service delivery, and we cannot afford to let political rivalry get in the way of providing essential services to our communities. The ANC firmly believes that local government is not a battleground for narrow political posturing, but a space where collaboration and cooperation is vital. In every town across our beloved province, people rely on us to ensure that their needs are met. Water, sanitation, electricity, housing, health, education. These are not abstract concepts. These are real issues affecting real people, and they cannot be addressed by a province that is consistently at odds with the national leadership and focused on abstract issues of federalism and power rather than delivery. We cannot allow our communities to suffer because of a political contestation across our spheres of government. The ANC is thus committed to working together in the spirit of national unity and the GNU to ensure that local government serves the people, not selfish political agendas. In closing, Speaker, we must remember that the future of this province, like the future of South Africa, depends on unity, cohesion, and nation building. The ANC will continue to fight for a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous province that works for all people united in diversity. I invite the
Honourable
Democratic
Side, your time
Alliance
has expired, and I've allowed you some latitude to
in this
conclude.
province to show us whether indeed they are builders of unity or breakers of nation building. As their leader, the Honourable Steenhuisen, our Minister of Agriculture, has so aptly put it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Side. I recognize the Honourable Kasim.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, while Section 142 of the South African Constitution gives provincial legislatures power to pass their own constitutions, Section 143, on the other hand, provides guidelines and limitations with regards to the contents of such provincial constitutions. Speaker, the Western Cape Constitution is just a copy and paste exercise from the National Constitution, and it offers nothing except a clause where the DA wants to call its members of the Executive Council ministers instead of just calling them MECs. Speaker, they do so because they view the Western Cape as a mini-state, because they know very well that they will never ever govern the rest of South Africa, so they might as well just view this province as a country. Speaker, the preamble of this provincial constitution outlines its purpose as that of enduring to promote the development of the province and to create a better quality life for its people. However, Speaker, the lived reality by majority of people in this province is totally opposite, as majority of African and colored people in this province do not experience quality of life and a quality life under this DA provincial government, except for that of white people. Segregation in this province starts with African and colored children of school-going age who are constantly refused entry in the so-called former Model C schools and then told that the provincial education department will find them suitable space and in underdeveloped township schools. Speaker, the difference between former Model C schools and previously disadvantaged township schools is so massive when it comes to learning, resources, and sports facilities. And it is not a coincidence that majority of colored and African learners cannot find space in these former Model C schools. And by luck, white learners manage to gain entry almost immediately, because it is very much deliberate and intentional, which chief aim is to segregate and oppress. Speaker, majority of white people continue to occupy senior management positions within this DA-led provincial government, where they are just escalated to the top, whilst African and colored job seekers are told to apply for simple internships in which permanent employment is not guaranteed in the end. To add, majority of our people still live in shacks within townships or stuffed up like sardines in the so-called breaking new ground shared housing units, where if one flat catches fire, then the entire block of flats burn down. In conclusion, it is a sad reality that this is what it is because this provincial government does not value the dignity of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kasim. Honourable Jacobs, just before I recognize you, Honourable members, I've allowed you to, for some interjections, because it is a political debate, and I don't want to stifle freedom of speech and your rights during a political debate. So I'm saying that because the Honourable Petrus has been looking at me because I'm asking the House to keep quiet. It is a political debate and in the interest of all members, that's why I'm addressing it now. I will only intervene, Honourable Petrus, once they are drowning out the speaker on the floor and it affects the decorum of the House, and that didn't happen yet. With that being said, Honourable Jacobs, I recognize you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm glad you mentioned freedom of speech, because now I'm going to release myself. Speaker, yeah.
You have all the privileges imparted by law, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the NCC rises to state that the Western Cape Constitution, as mentioned by Honourable Member Petrus, indeed lack relevance. Speaker, Section 4 of the Provincial Constitution clearly states that this Constitution is subject to the National Constitution. The National Constitution is the only constitution that guides with the help of Constitutional Court and deal with constitutional matters. Speaker, one of the biggest failures of this Constitution was that since 1998, Minister, you can learn something. This Constitution clearly states the appointment of an environmental commissioner. This was only addressed in 2022. The lack of relevance is clear. Speaker, let us be honest. The Western Cape Constitution cannot overrule the National Constitution. As the NCC, we support the notion that this document is irrelevant. For an example, it was an act made by government to declare the indigenous a pest and the commanders were sent in to get rid of the pest. Speaker, it was an act made by government to call the Group Areas Act to declare colored areas as white areas. Now, Speaker, going back to the forceful removals and the dispossession of land, one would have assumed that the Provincial Constitution would speak out on these atrocities and deal with corrective measures. The fact that it does not just confirm this. We believe this is an irrelevant document that only protects the colonizers' Roman Dutch custom laws. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Jacobs. I recognize the Honourable Van Minnen.
Thank you, Speaker. As members of our House, it is our sworn duty to promote constitutionalism and the rule of law. This is not a duty which should be taken lightly, given the fact that so many of our laws were so hard fought for over our history. Our national constitution is recognized across the globe as one of the world's best, and it is that document from which the authority for our provincial constitution derives. The Constitution of the Western Cape is subject to the Constitution of South Africa and written in terms of Chapter 6 of that national constitution. The Provincial Constitution was enacted by the Western Cape Provincial Legislature and came into force on the 16th of January 1998 after being authorized by the Constitutional Court. The Western Cape is in fact the only province that has successfully managed to write and pass a provincial constitution in terms of this chapter, which incidentally also, for the information of the Honourable Kasim, was at least 2 years before the DA was formed in the year 2000. The provincial constitution is there to regulate the structure and powers of the government of the Western Cape and to determine the values of our province. What is critically important to note is the fact that our constitution has been legally certified to enshrine and remain consistent with the values of our hard-won national constitution. While tailored for the diverse needs of our province, there can be no mistake that our provincial constitution is itself an offshoot of our national constitution. It's thus surprising that the PA, which incidentally does not seem to have any policy or concept of governance structures or provincial capacities, is of the view that this constitution is somehow lacking in relevance. But the provincial constitution, despite its legislative and executive powers and functions, emanating exclusively from our national constitution, somehow undermines national unity. Could it be that the Patriotic Alliance objects to the Western Cape Constitution's founding principles of democratic values, the recognition of human rights, the recognition of the family, responsible and accountable government, the rule of law, the principles of mutual trust and cooperation, and loyalty to the national constitution? Are they of the view that this somehow undermines national unity and hampers efforts towards cohesive governance? Their leader certainly battles with the idea of cohesive governance, as of the last count he seems to have promised his salary to about 5 different schemes and initiatives. Can it be that the values enshrined in both the national and provincial constitutions...
Honourable Van Minnen, please take your seat. Honourable Petrus, is that a point of order?
Ja, Speaker, wat ons oor die debat.
What is your point of order?
Kom ons oor die debat.
The order member, there's a member on the floor. So you're rising on relevance. I will listen carefully, but the honourable, the member on the floor is still very relevant in my opinion. So I will listen very carefully, Honourable Petrus, for relevance. Honourable Van Minnen, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can it be that the values enshrined in both the national and provincial constitutions contradict their ideas of xenophobia and the reintroduction of a death penalty, both of which, Mr. Speaker, have been ruled by the Constitutional Court to be unconstitutional? Given that anyone with a mere smidgen of understanding of constitutional law would understand that the provincial constitution is indivisible from the national constitution, it would in fact appear that the real issue that the PA has is that it views our national constitution and the values that underpin that as the problem. Speaker, it goes without saying that there is a reason for our national constitution, a reason for our provincial constitution, and a good reason for our constitutional order to exist. And we must resist any and all attempts to undermine that order, to move our country and our province towards an authoritarian and darker future. Our constitution in this province is more than a document which gives rise to the house in which we stand. And while it is an extension and augmentation of our hard-won national constitution, it is more than a mere modification of that document. Constitutions are symbolic things, and ours enshrines and venerates the collective values of a diverse group of people we represent here in Parliament. Our Constitution has also formed the legal framework in which South Africa's best run and most capable provincial government exists. We boast the lowest unemployment in our nation, and we punch above our weight in terms of job creation. We boast the majority of clean municipal audits awarded in all of South Africa, evidence of a strong environment of fiscal control and the safeguarding of public money that this government holds dear. Once again, this is evidence of our values in this province, that the people should be served by those whom they elect, not taken for granted as a source of income. That everything the government does should be in the best interests of the freedom, prosperity, and well-being of our people. In conclusion, our Constitution has formed the bedrock of a unique place in South Africa, one of unparalleled national beauty and one of tenacious and caring people that make this province the greatest in our nation. As more and more people forget the reason for these documents to exist, their relevance becomes ever greater, and so too does the need to defend them. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Minnen. I recognise the Honourable Marais.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the one thing that is most relevant in South Africa is this Constitution. The topic for debate seems like a direct attack on the very basis of our constitutional democracy. The Western Cape's Constitution was ratified by the Apex Court because it is perfectly aligned with the national constitution. And the drafters
Order,
of
members.
this Western Cape Constitution...
Honourable Marais, please take your seat. Honourable Minister, you cannot partake if you're not in your bench. So I just want to remind members, you cannot participate if you're not in your bench.
Stay, Minister.
My apologies, Honourable Marais. You may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the drafters of the Western Cape's Constitution were true visionaries. They envisioned a prosperous Western Cape province with devolved powers over some of their own affairs. A parliament with ministers, unlike other provinces currently that are referred to as legislatures and MECs. And the Constitutional Court had no problem with that. Who did the PA consult? The Patriotic Alliance in the Western Cape questions the relevance of this Constitution is shocking, foolish, and I think every Christian voter should flee from the Patriotic Alliance. And why do I say that? Because the opening of this Constitution reads, in humble submission to Almighty God. Unlike the national Constitution where it does not appear. That is why we pray in this Parliament. Yet the PA says this is irrelevant. Is God irrelevant? As the Freedom Front Plus, we believe language and culture is a strength and our diversity is a strength. That is why the Western Cape's Constitution gives equal status to Afrikaans, English,
Honourable
and
Marais,
isiXhosa.
please conclude. Your time has expired.
Speaker, there was time taken from me.
The clock was
during
stopped. The clock gets stopped every time I ask you to take your seat. Please conclude.
I will conclude. Speaker, the very thought that the Western Cape's Constitution is considered irrelevant is ludicrous. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Marais. I recognise the Honourable Brinkhuis.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Today I rise to address an issue that affects not just the people of the Western Cape, but the entire nation. The relevance of the Western Cape Constitution within our broader South African democracy and how it potentially undermines national unity and cohesive governance. The Western Cape Constitution, crafted within the context of South Africa's constitutional framework, was meant to empower provincial governance. However, in practice, it has often fostered fragmentation rather than cooperation. The rigid provincial autonomy granted by this constitution risks distancing the Western Cape from the shared values and national objectives we seek to achieve a united South Africa. This provincial constitution, while enabling local decision-making, often contradicts or complicates national efforts aimed at fostering inclusive development, social cohesion, and effective service delivery across the country. Its existence at times encourages the perception of provincial exceptionalism, creating a sense of division rather than solidarity amongst the provinces in South Africa. In a country like ours, where the scars of inequality and division still runs deep, we cannot afford to be governed by documents that detract from the spirit of unity enshrined in the national constitution. Our efforts to achieve cohesive governance are hampered when provincial interests overshadow the greater national good. Honorable members, our commitment should be to build a country where all provinces work together towards common goals. We need governance frameworks that unify, not divide. It is time we reflect on how the Western Cape Constitution can be better aligned with the principles of the national unity and
Honorable
cooperation
Brinkes, your time has expired.
to serve all South Africans more effectively. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brinkes. I recognize the Honorable Bryant.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, in direct contrast to the topic of today's debate as put forward by my honourable colleague from the PA, the Western Cape Constitution is indeed extremely relevant for South Africa and in fact helps to foster national unity and further our efforts towards cohesive governance. And Speaker, it's perhaps for this exact reason that certain new members of our body politic are so vehemently opposed to a Western Cape Constitution. These new populist movements have gained traction by actively encouraging us to fight with each other. The Western Cape Constitution, in contrast, is designed to unite us as South Africans. And to quote from the preamble, recognizing and striving to heal the injustices of the past, recognizing the need for peace, reconciliation, and justice, close quote. As Speaker, one can understand why these words would be anathema to certain populist political parties that are only able to win votes at the ballot box by finding someone else to blame in order to distract from their own glaring inadequacies. And we've seen it here in the Western Cape, Speaker, where some populist parties have actively worked to stoke tensions between black and coloured communities and to place the blame for low national economic growth and higher unemployment solely at the feet of immigrant families from other parts of Africa. These populist parties are usually built around one big personality who claims to be the hero, swooping in to save the day and vowing to address all grievances and promising change. But be under no illusion, Speaker. Lurking beneath the
Honorable
big
Brian, please take your seat. Honorable Petrus, is there a point of order?
Ja, daar is nog die dia de la heroes, né?
Order members. Honorable Petrus, order members. Honorable Bryant, before you continue, I want to address that. Honorable Petrus, that is not a point of order, just for the record. Frivolous points of orders are also against the rules. So I wish to caution members on rising on frivolous points of orders. Honorable Bryant, you may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. But be under no illusions, lurking beneath the big, broad smiles, the over-enthusiastic handshakes, and the lofty promises, there lies a significant threat to the very values we hold dear. You see, populism has a knack for simplifying complex issues, creating an us versus them narrative. This kind of division can stoke social unrest, and by dismissing the nuances of the many challenges we faced, populist governments risk making hasty decisions, and decisions that may not serve the common good. Moreover, populist leaders tend to hoard power like a kid with a packet of sweets, or perhaps a pocket of popcorn, eroding the checks and balances that keep our democracy robust. This sets a precedent and opens the door to authoritarianism, and we must not let this happen. We must instead continue to champion thoughtful, inclusive discussions that respect diverse perspectives and uphold the principles of democracy. And together we can build a society where every voice is heard, not just the loudest person on TikTok. Speaker, I'd like to come back to the preamble of the Western Cape Constitution, which goes further to state, and I quote, affirming that the Western Cape, a province of the Republic of South Africa, is founded on democratic values, the recognition of human rights, the recognition of the family, responsible and accountable government, the rule of law, the principles of mutual trust and cooperation, and loyalty to the national constitution, close quote. These are fantastic words, and I don't know how anyone would be opposed to them. But Speaker, I'd like to focus on one particular part of the section I've just quoted, responsible and accountable government. Now, Speaker, one thing is clear. This DA-led administration, along with all our DA-led administrations across the Western Cape, strives to ensure responsible and accountable government. And where we identify challenges, we deal with these head-on. And we know we're not perfect. But Speaker, this is certainly not the case everywhere in the Western Cape. While DA-led municipalities take action against alleged fraudulent and corrupt activities, there are those under the control of other parties, or other parties in the past, which have required intervention from this province. The recent Western Cape High Court judgment of 2 days ago regarding the Central Karoo District Municipality is a prime example. Here, the applicant, the leader of another political party, was denied leave to appeal. And this serves as a potent example of the Western Cape government's commitment to clean governance. This judgment squashes any attempt to overturn a previous ruling that may expose financial impropriety within that municipality. The court's decision to uphold Minister Bradell's actions, particularly concerning the appointment of investigators to scrutinize the use of funds, demonstrates that no one, regardless of their political standing, is above the law. This court ruling showcases the Western Cape government's unwavering dedication to ensuring transparency and accountability in the management of public resources. And Speaker, it's becoming clearer every day that voters want clean, effective and accountable governments. Nowhere is this more evident than in the most recent by-election results. For instance, in Ward 2 in Cederberg, where our disaster risk management teams have worked tirelessly to reduce the impacts of severe flooding. In that by-election, the DA surged from 15.96% to 40.58% in 2024. In Ward 17 in Stellenbosch, one of the top-performing municipalities in the country, our support grew from 74% to 96%. And in Ward 58 in Cape Town, we grew from 84% to a massive 98.32%. Speaker, the message is clear. The people of the Western Cape want high-quality government, ethical leadership, and a commitment to a set of values such as those set out in the Western Cape Constitution. I can assure you that the DA will continue to provide this where we're in government, and we remain fully in support of the Constitution of the Western Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brian. I recognise the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP is very proud of the Western Cape Constitution. With Michael Louis being part of the Western Cape Provincial Cabinet, the ACDP was part of drafting the Western Cape Constitution. The ACDP is proud because it's the only province that has its own constitution. We know that KZN attempted to pass their provincial constitution, but it was not certified by the Constitutional Court. And as previous members said, our preamble should bring us together in humble submission to Almighty God, talking about the recognition of human rights, talking about the recognition of family, responsible and accountable government. It goes on, and that the preamble should bring us together. I cannot think that a member of this House will come and put a topic like this on the table to say that the Western Cape Constitution lacks relevance within South Africa and undermines national unity. I want to remind the members that we have sworn an oath of office and that we will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and the provincial constitution, that we will obey and respect and uphold the national and provincial constitution. It's because of things like this, when we make remarks like this, that people lose respect for the rule of law. And I think it's shameful of the PA to bring this topic to the House that will divide us more and that disunity to this province. I want to ask the PA, bring topics to the House that will unite us, that will bring us closer together, because that is what the province needs and that is what the people is looking forward to. Leaders that can lead, leaders that can bring reconciliation. And that is what the ACDP wants to do and say, let's build on this constitution taken forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. I recognise Honourable Heron. Order members, there's a member on the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Western Cape Constitution is not irrelevant and it does not undermine national unity nor cohesive government. Political leaders and political parties must resist the populist temptation of blaming the Constitution for the failure of our governments, whether national or provincial, from achieving meaningful change for the people of South Africa and the Western Cape. Both the national constitution and the provincial constitution impose a duty on our governments to transform our province from a society that is socially, economically, spatially and environmentally structured for apartheid to a society based on justice, equity and equality. The fact that our country, including the Western Cape, has failed to make more progress in tackling the entrenched apartheid legacy is not a failure of the Constitution. It is a failure of the leaders elected into government. Our national and provincial constitutions are documents of justice. We just need those in whom we place our trust to implement our constitutions. It is a travesty that more often than not it takes civil society to force governments to do the most basic things using our constitution. Why mustn't Dufunu Ukwazi, acting for citizens who need housing, take this government to the Constitutional Court to enforce the right to adequate housing? Not because the Constitution empowers them to do so, but because our government has failed to implement the Constitution. Why do we not have an environmental commissioner? Not because the Constitution has failed us, but because government has not appointed one. Speaker, we have a provincial constitution that is like a provincial manifesto, and Chapter 10 imposes active obligations on this government to improve the quality of life for the people of our province, from providing adequate housing, sufficient food and water, creation of job opportunities, to the protection of our environment. We can embrace this constitution as the Western Cape's promise to the people who live here, and it is this Parliament's obligation to hold the executive to account to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. I recognise Honourable Barnes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Western Cape Constitution is a relic of privilege that stands in stark opposition to our nation's shared vision and unity of progress. For 15 years, the Democratic Alliance, DA, has wielded powers in the province, championing a misguided exceptionalism that undermines national unity and hampers our collective efforts towards cohesive governance. The Western Cape is the only province in South Africa with its own constitution, a devious distinction that reflects a desire for autonomy at the expense of our national identity and unity. This constitution serves not the people of the Western Cape, but a privileged few, perpetuating economic disparity and racial division. It's a testament to a party that seeks to preserve white privilege, while the majority languish in poverty, unemployment, and violent crimes. South Africa is a unitary state, and federalism has no place in our vision for a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society. It is said that it's a false narrative that the DA government doesn't want to be part of South Africa. Yet let's be reminded of the following. The DA's recent attempt to pursue an unconstitutional provincial powers bill to illustrate this alarming trend. Despite legal advisory stating the bill's illegitimacy, millions of rands were wasted on a bid to usurp national powers in policing, rail, trade, and energy. This blatant disregard for our unitary state structure is not merely misguided, it is direct attack to our democratic fabric. In a province with a legislature designed for representation, we currently see a gross underrepresentation with only 42 seats serving over 7.2 million people. This is not exceptional governance. It is a mockery of our democratic principles. In other provinces, there is one seat for every 100,000 people, and in the Western Cape, it's totally different story. Honorable Speaker, we cannot ignore the painful truth. The DA's governance has driven us into a quagmire of racial polarization, tribalism, and division. WB writes the following, I quote, "Things fall apart, the center cannot hold," close quote. The oppressive DA has successfully divided the Western Cape by race. Under its rule, we have witnessed the dismantling of our common ground, hindering our ability to address the most urgent challenges we face. The race-based unemployment affecting primarily African and colored communities remains a blight on our conscience, and as it does the rising tide of violent crimes and poverty in working class communities. Instead of fostering inclusivity, the oppressive DA perpetuates a system that benefits a selected few, while majority of our communities continue to struggle against these harsh realities. En plaas daarvan om inclusiviteit te bevorder, het die DA 'n stelsel perpetueer wat geselekteerde paar byvoorbeeld, terwyl die res van die gemeenskappe teen hierdie harde werklikheid stry. Verder moet ons nie in die taktieke wat die DA gebruik vergeet nie, wat vrees en rassespanning vir politieke gewin benut. Voorvalle van rasisme, soos voorvalle in Pinans High, is nie 'n geïsoleerde saak nie. Hulle is simptome van 'n politieke kultuur wat floreer op verdeeldheid. Wanneer ras hulpmiddel vir mobilisering word, keer ons terug na 'n verlede waarvoor ons so hard geveg het om oor te kom. Die ANC staan as die enigste party wat so toegewyd is aan 'n visie om 'n nie rassige, nie seksiste, 'n nie demokratiese en 'n welvarende samelewing te skep. Ander partye in hierdie eerbiedwaardige huis wat verteenwoordig word, volleer op rassiese polarisasie en perpetueer skadelike verdeeldheid onder ons gemeenskappe, veral tussen swart en kleurling. Laat ons gedeelde geskiedenis onthou. Swart, kleurlinge en Indiërs het almal onder die wrede apartheid, onderdrukking, onteiening en uitbuiting ervaar. Dit is nie net moreel verkeerd nie, maar ook diep in ons verantwoordelikheid vir enige politieke party om taktieke te gebruik wat poog om die eenheid van die onderdrukkers te breek. Ons moet die narratief verwerp wat ons teen mekaar opstel. In plaas van daarvan moet ons solidariteit en samenwerking onder alle onderdrukte groepe bevorder, met erkenning dat ons krag in ons eenheid lê. Die enigste manier om die offers van wat vir ons vryheid geveg het te eer, is om saam te werk, breed eerder as mure te bou, en gemeenskaplike pad na 'n regverdige en 'n billike samelewing vir alle Suid-Afrikaners te vorm. Honorable Speaker, despite the progress we've made, our struggle is far from over. The deep-rooted inequality in our society remains, largely due to the deliberate obstruction by parties like the DA. The opposition to transformative legislation, whether the expropriation bill, whether the NHI bill or the Public Procurement Act, amplifies their resistance to the very changes needed to uplift our communities. As we debate the relevance of the Western Cape Constitution, let us remember that our national constitution binds us together. It is a document that should unite and pursue a more equitable society, reflecting our collective aspirations. We must reject divisive tactics of the DA instead. Work collaboratively to build a South Africa where every citizen
Honorable
can
Barnes,
thrive.
your time has expired. Please conclude.
Let's work collaboratively to build a South Africa where every citizen can thrive free from the shackles of inequality. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Barnes. Order members, I recognize the Minister of Social Development, Minister Lont.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, the Acting Premier, Cabinet colleagues, members of this House, and the citizens of the province. Today's debate topic is ironic because the only thing that is being undermined this afternoon is the South African Constitution, thanks to Member Petrus and his party. Nou, hulle hou daarvan om te sê die hond is los, maar die hond was los in die kar gevang en nou weet hulle nie wat om met die kar te doen nie. I thought between 3 members you could come up with a better debate topic. That is why you get a constitution or a parliamentary allowance to appoint researchers to put you in the right track when you go down the wrong road. But Honourable Petrus, maybe because this is the first one, we can forgive you and it can become better in the future. Because this very constitution the national constitution, enabled the Western Cape Constitution to pass. A provincial constitution that was passed nearly 3 decades ago. And it states the legislative authority of a province is vested in its provincial legislator and confers on the provincial legislator the power to pass a constitution for its province. It states so in our national constitution. And we can also amend this constitution in terms of section 142 and 143. Nou, Honorable Petrus, u sê dat die Wes-Kaap grondwet ons die valse gevoel van meerderwaardigheid gee. Brinkhuis used the same. Exceptionalism, a false sense of exceptionalism. But you know, Honorable Brinkhuis and Honorable Petrus, that exceptionalism is not in this constitution. It's in the delivery of these governments in these provinces. That is where the exceptionalism comes from. It is that exceptionalism that makes a difference between Knysna, where the ANC and the EFF and the Patriotic Alliance are running that town into the ground, compared to a Mossel Bay, where the DA shows exceptionalism. It's the difference between...
Order, members. Honorable, order. Order, members. Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Petrus, I recognize you. Is that a point of order? Honorable members, there's a member on the floor, and you continue with your interjections. There's a reason why there's a parliamentary process and privileges and mechanisms, and a point of order is one of those privileges. If you have an issue with the parliamentary process or a rule, please rise. But you cannot shout across the floor to one another if you object to anything or the content. Honorable Petrus, my apologies for your colleagues on the floor for not allowing you that opportunity to raise your point of order, but I'm now going to give you that opportunity if you so wish. Right, thank you very much. I recognize the Honorable Lita Kong. Is that a point of order?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Can the previous speaker withdraw? Can the previous speaker withdraw and stop lying, because EFF is not in government in any way in the Western Cape?
Honorable Lita Kong, before I address you, the content of a member's contribution. Order, members, I'm on the floor. The content of a member's contribution in any debate or statement is not for the chair to adjudicate. But what I am going to adjudicate on, Honorable Lita Kong, is the fact that you are referring to a member in this House as lying, and that is unparliamentary. Honorable members, there is rules that guides the proceedings of this House. We have gone through the rules on numerous occasions. We are all here representing citizens that elected us. I've allowed latitude during this debate because it's a political debate. But the minute it degenerates and it affects the decorum of the House, I'm not going to tolerate. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. There's a saying, die waarheid maak seer, en leë blikke maak die meeste geraas. So we will continue with the debate. But Honourable Syed, you say that the DA is against national unity. Yet it's the DA that ensured that there is now a government of national unity propping your party up. So, I mean, I don't think you realize how you can say the one thing and then come and contradict yourself in the House. But you know what the real matter is? I think you are sour. I think you're sour because you failed to grow in this party.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Syed, is that a point of order?
Yes, on a point of order.
Order, members. I've just addressed this matter. There's a member on the floor that wishes to raise a point of order. I have seen all the hands, But I have recognized Honorable Syed. Honorable Syed,
Speaker,
what
on
is your
a
point of order?
in addition to the factual inaccuracy that the DA are the ones that have propped the ANC up because the GNU is a multi-party formation, the Honourable Minister in the province and MEC in the country is not supposed to speak directly to members. He should speak through you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Syed. Honorable members, Honorable Minister, can I please remind you to please speak to the chair. Honorable members, I'm not going to address the matter of contributions and the factual accuracies or inaccuracies, whichever side of the house you are on the day. It's not for the chair to adjudicate. Honorable Lacker, is that a point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. I was actually going to speak on the latter part of Member Syed.
All right, thank you very much, and it has been addressed. Minister Wenger, is that a point of order?
It is indeed, Mr. Speaker. Is it parliamentary for members of this House to use blasphemous remarks?
That is absolutely not parliamentary. Honourable Minister, are you referring to a particular member in the House?
Indeed. The benches of the opposition who shouted out a blasphemous remark, and I'd like to ask you to review the Hansard, please.
I will do so. Honourable members, I will revert to Hansard, and if there's a need for me to come back to the House with the ruling, I will do so. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So I am so glad that the Leader of the Opposition stood up and corrected himself now what he said in his debate. Because he said we're against a government of national unity, and then he actually now acknowledged that we form part of the government of national unity. So that just speaks to die gesplete tong benadering van die leier van die oppositie. Maar ek dink die werklike
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Syed, is that a point of order?
Honourable Speaker, while you've indicated you're not going to go into the content, but the Honourable Minister of the province and MEC in the country is misleading the House. You can look at the Hansard.
Order, members.
I can even give him a copy of my speech. In no way did I say in any words that the DA is opposed to the government of national unity.
Honourable
I said it is opposed to national unity and cohesion. They must listen.
Honourable Syed, you have raised your point of order.
All around and to destroy
Order, member.
municipalities.
Honourable Syed, please take your
You must
seat.
Please not get excited.
Honourable members, we have come to the end of this debate. Can I once again remind honourable members, when you rise on a point of order, you address the point of order. You do not need to motivate your point of order, because that is for me to adjudicate on. Honourable Walters, is that a new point of order?
Chair, I'm slightly confused, but I was wondering whether he was misleading the House by saying the DA is not part of the government of national unity and that you've grown in the last election. So my apologies, I'm left a bit confused.
Honourable Walters, that is not a point of order, and honourable members, you are now raising on frivolous points of orders, and it's now my duty as the presiding officer in the interest of the work of this House to continue and I'm not going to allow any further points of order. I have ruled, and just for the record, honourable members, if you consult your rules, misleading the House is not unparliamentary. Honourable Lawn, please, Minister Lawn, please continue.
Thank you. So I think the real reason why the Leader of the Opposition is so sour, because him and everybody on that side of the House tried everything to get the DA below 50%. Every single party, from the ANC to the Patriotic Alliance, to the Freedom Front, to the ACDP, to Good, to Aljama, every single one of them tried to get the DA below 50%. And you know what? The voters said no, because we want to trust this government to give us another 5 years. En dit is waarom die leier van die oppositie so suur is, want hy wou 'n lid gewees het van 'n provincial government of unity en die kiesers het gesê nee. And you know what he wants to do? Now he wants to get in government through the back door where voters have rejected them again and again and again. En steeds gaan die kiesers vir julle sê nee. Honourable Petrus, through you, Speaker, the constitution of this country is protecting you today as it has protected you before. The Constitution of this country gives you freedom of association and to exercise your political rights. So you now speaking against the Constitution of the country, that Constitution that allowed you to be part of the GCI party, to be part of the ID party, to be part of the SAC party, to be part of the Good party, to be part of the Blue party, and now to be part of the Patriotic Alliance. So do not undermine the Constitution that gives you the right to bring things
Minister,
to the House
please
today.
take your seat. Honourable members, Honourable Petrus and Honourable Lekker, please take your seats.
Speaker.
Order members.
Speaker.
Order members. Honourable Petrus, please take your seat.
Speaker, nergens.
Honourable Petrus, please take your seat.
So, Minister, it's not blasphemy now.
Honourable members.
Minister, you're enjoying blasphemy now.
Speaker, nergens.
Honourable Petrus, I did not recognize you. Please take your seat. Honourable Lekker and Honourable Petrus, I have previously ruled I'm not going to allow any further points of order on previous rulings that I've made. So if you do not, is this a new point of order? In that case, Honourable Lekker, what is your point of order?
Speaker, the MEC is treading on the dangerous ground by reflecting on the integrity of the member. Can you rule on that one?
Absolutely. I'll ask the minister. Minister, please rise. Minister, were you reflecting on the integrity or reflecting on any member of this House?
Speaker, you're welcome to rule me out of order. I was reflecting on all the political parties that Member Petrus has joined over the years as allowed by the Constitution. So I was stating facts.
All right. So I will revert to Hansard in that case, and order members. I'll refer to Hansard and look at the pretext, the context, and the post-text, and if the need be, I will revert back to the House with a ruling. Honourable Petrus, is that a new point of order?
Speaker, nergens. En u kan dit ook ons kan dit ook gaan raadpleeg. Nergens in my toespraak het ek die nasionale grondwet aangeval. Inteendeel, ek ondersteun in my toespraak die nasionale grondwet.
Honourable Petrus, that is not a point of order. Honourable members, I've been very lenient because I understand that it's a new environment and that we're all trying to work within the parameters of the rules. But if you do not agree with a statement or an input from any member on either side of the House, there's various parliamentary mechanisms at your disposal to rebut those statements. This is not a dialogue, this is a debate, Honourable Petrus, so you do not need to correct the input. There's other mechanisms as contemplated in the rules for you to utilize. Honourable Minister, let's hope that this is the last time. My apologies, you may continue.
Honourable Speaker, would it be possible to just give an indication of my time remaining?
You have 3 minutes and 24 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We will also have to check the hindsight, how often I got interrupted and time taken away. But I will make sure that I will stay to the text that I've written and continue the speech. So this Western Cape Constitution would not have been passed if there was an inkling that it was against the Federal Constitution. So Honourable Petrus standing here today saying that the Western Cape Constitution, and in his words, has a lack of relevance within South Africa and undermines national unity and hampers efforts towards cohesive governance, is false. It's completely false. And he stood up in this House and he swore an oath to uphold and protect the Constitution of the country and the Constitution of the Western Cape. In fact, honourable members,
I, Basil Petrus, solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and the province of the Western Cape, and will obey, respect, and uphold the national constitution, provincial constitution, and all.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So there, it's stated that the Honourable Petrus said he will uphold the provincial constitution. In this House, in his own words, he said he will uphold the constitution. And yet he comes here today and speaks against that very constitution that he swore an oath to uphold. So there's two things, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Van Vogel, is that a new point of order? Because frivolous points of orders, members, in terms of the rules, is also not allowed. This is now, I think I've counted 8 points of orders during this 8-minute allocated to the Minister.
Mine is, Speaker, I just want to check if the Minister is prepared to take a question.
Okay, I will ask the Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Minister, are you prepared to take a question?
Honourable Speaker, will you give leeway for a bit more time?
Absolutely not.
Then I will gladly take any question after this, but I would love to finish. And if there's time left, then you can pose the question.
The Honourable Minister is not prepared to take a question, Honourable Van Vogel. Order members and Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So as not just the members in this House, but every citizen in this province heard, Honourable Petrus from the Patrick Alliance swore to uphold and protect the Constitution of the Western Cape. And now he brings a motion undermining this very constitution that he swore to uphold and protect. So the question is simple, Honourable Petrus. Were you truthful on the day you took your oath of office? Or were you not truthful? And if you were not truthful, you cannot swear to uphold and protect this constitution that falls fully in line with our national constitution. And you should in fact resign your seat today, because you then lied on the front of the House by swearing that you will uphold and protect this constitution. I thank you. I'll take the question.
Order members. Honourable Side, is that a new point of order? What is your point of order?
The member
members
claiming that another member is lying. I don't think you can use that terminology. You cannot say that the member is lying. Rather use the word misleading the House, but not lying.
Okay, please take your seat. Honourable Minister, did you refer to any member in this House as lying?
Honourable Speaker, I put the question on whether he was lying when he swore to uphold.
Honourable Minister, please, you do not need to justify it. I'm asking you yes or no. Did you refer to any member in this House as lying?
No, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Side, I have addressed it, so I will move on. Honourable Side.
Honourable Speaker, can I propose that for the sake of progress, that you consult with the Hansard, and in our next sitting you come back with the ruling after having consulted with the Hansard. Thank you.
Honourable Side, that is the process to follow. As parliamentary practice, that is what I would have done in any case, but yes, and absolutely. But it is also only right that I afford the member an opportunity to indicate whether or not that person in fact did transgress. Honourable members, with that being said, there is 51 seconds left. So if the Honourable the Minister has indicated that he will allow the Honourable Member Van Vogel an opportunity to pose a question. Honourable Van Vogel, you can now pose the question because there's still time.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I just want to ask the Minister, was he so prepared to go to try to bribe one of our councillors in Swellendam?
Honourable
Sorry, point of order. Point of order,
Honourable
Speaker.
Minister, no, there's no need for a point of order. I'll address it. Honourable Van Vogel, that is unparliamentary. You are now directly reflecting on the integrity of a member, and that is against the rules. And for that reason, that is unparliamentary. I've already ruled, Honourable Side.
Speaker, with due respect, it was a question. I did not hear, if you listen, and again, maybe you can refer this to Hansard again and come back next week with a ruling, because I did not hear the Honourable Van Vogel saying to the Honourable Minister, this is what you did. She asked, did you do that? We must be very careful not to utilize the concept of what is parliamentary to curb discussion inside of the House, because when on the other side of the House you've got members reflecting on the character of members of the opposition, then it is just shrugged off and people are asked whether they've said that or not. Thank you. I've had my say. Thank you.
Honourable Side, I am not going to entertain that, because if there's other mechanisms for you to use if you do not agree with my rulings as the Speaker, but the question posed for the record were from Honourable Van Vogel to the Minister was, were you so prepared to bribe? Not a question, it was a statement, and that is unparliamentary, and Honourable Van Vogel, please withdraw. Honourable Van Vogel, can you please withdraw?
Speaker, I refuse to withdraw.
In that case, can I please ask you to leave the chamber? With that being said, honourable members, that concludes the debate on the subject.
Honourable Speaker, I do have 51 seconds remaining, and I want to...
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. I've already concluded the debate. That concludes the business for the day. The Secretary will now end the meeting and members will be exited from the sitting. The House is adjourned.